And should be live on YouTube as well. So if you do want to check out the YouTube stream, it is in 4K and there are no ads there. What is Arena? Is it a modded arena? It is a classic arena. It is just arena with 1,800 HP walls. Was the other team also Silver League champs last? The team just named themselves the Silver League champions. That's just the name they picked for themselves, even though they ended up in a play-in for the Gold League, which potentially they could win. It's confusing, yes it is. It is very confusing. But if they lose and they drop to the Silver League, then it will make sense. If they don't, then we will be cursed with another round of a name that doesn't make sense. Which is not the worst thing in the world. Also, they're mowing the grass outside my apartment, so bear with me in case there's been a noise coming from the outside. Let's pin the link to the YouTube stream again. Well, thanks again, John Slow, for the raid. Hope that y'all are having a lovely day. And we have 3 sets today we're going to be casting. And we'll do Rex for 1 if it's overlapping with the others. We have... I need to make my announcement on Discord. We have Amigos versus Silver League Champions. Then we have Sols versus LYB, which is Vinch and Classic Pro against Vivi and Bad Koala, and that itself is going to be very interesting. And then ACCM and Slam against Margugu and Siscon. MII versus Baguettes. One of those two teams is going to be knocked out already in the first round. Admin banned Byzantines, disappointing. I agree, I like the Byzantines. And hello, Sanisol. Sanisol getting ready for the community tournaments. I need to stay hydrated this morning. Let me grab my water. So let me know about chat's experience. Do you ever like move things to clean them, and then you can't find them again after you've moved them? Because that happened to me with all of the charging cables I had for my phone and my headphones and everything. I was cleaning my desk, and when I put my new GPU into my PC, like I dusted everything, and like I compressed air, cleaned my keyboard and my PC. But now I can't find where I moved everything while I was cleaning. Looking forward to get some heartbeat with the exciting maps. Nice. It's almost like exercise. You hide them from your 2-year-old and can't find them anymore. Oh no. You guys know where it is when you're surrounded by chaos. As soon as you put it in a drawer, it's gone. Yes, exactly. Getting organized just means you lose stuff. I hope I'll find them eventually. I need to charge my phone. I have only USB-C to USB-C cables right now. I don't have a USB-C to USB-A cable, and I can't charge my phone because I can't plug it into a USB port. I need to dig to the deep recesses of all my drawers and my backpack and see where I put all these cables. I looked through the closet where I moved everything else temporarily, and like it's not there. I don't know where I put it. Yeah, house cleaning is a very dangerous business. Is Dogao participating? Yes, he is. Dogao got a first round bye, I think. As you get older, you clean more. I've always been one to keep stuff clean, but I don't take apart my PC and clean it with compressed air all that often. This was a once in a long time opportunity for me. And I moved my desk and I moved everything out of the way so I could actually really clean it. It got really dusty, and I vacuumed it all up afterwards. You don't really understand team games? Well, if you have a map like Arabia, usually one player goes scouts and the other goes archers. Other than that, every map is different. And that's kind of the point of the tournament, that you gotta come up with different strategies for different maps. You will see a few scout and archer maps. I think Golden Lakes and Spiral and Arabia and Outcrop all fall into that category, but they all do it slightly differently. Players know where they speak. They're usually on voice chat with each other. I suppose some players might dare to use a text chat, but usually they're on voice chat. For this game from 1999, designed before voice chat was a thing. I suppose people could call each other on the phone. I don't know if they'd actually do that back then. You probably had to pay to do a long distance phone call. Yeah, I guess a little over a year ago, when I was trying to take care of my grandmother, her phone went down because she still had a landline, and every time it rained, she wouldn't be able to use the phone. And I looked at her phone bill, and she had a phone bill that somehow was split between two companies, where Verizon handled the local phone calls, and AT&T handled the regional and long-distance phone calls. And she had to pay 10 cents per minute for taking a long-distance phone call. I looked at the phone plan, and it hadn't been updated since the aughts, since like 2005, I think. And I'd ask people to come to the house and do maintenance on the landline, and I need Verizon to send to come back like 2 or 3 times before someone finally figured out what the problems were with the phone lines. Call them on the phone and your dial-up crashes. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I guess that's true in 1999. You call them on the phone and your dial-up internet crashes. I should look for the game actually to get started. Do they have a lobby up? Are they playing? Am I missing everything? Just talking to the chat. Nope, they're on Nomad. Nomad for game 1. I used to buy cards in Italy that were like $20, and you could make international calls at the cost of like $2 per minute. That is expensive. You gotta be really fast when you have your messages then. Okay, I just opened one of my drawers and I found one of the charging cables I needed. Like, I had this epiphany of like, wait, this is the drawer I put it in. I found it. Ketons are the new Georgians. They are. Alright, so they have launched the game. They've launched the game. Yay. So, welcome everyone on Twitch, everyone on YouTube. We're going to get ready for the Amigos versus the Silver League champions. I'm still working on getting my overlays updated. Hopefully I get that in time for the games for next week. Sunday, I don't think there's any games. That'll be a good time for me to get a whole bunch of social posts prepared and videos edited and overlays set up. Again, all of the subs will help us. If we get to 300 subs, I'll increase the prize pool by $1,000 for the Partner Plus subs. And if we get to 15,000 followers, I'll add another $500 to the prize pool. So I appreciate everyone who is following the stream. Yeah, Chinese are probably a good Nomad civ. Now, they're the Chinese drafted by Repard. But I don't think we'll be surprised by the civs they're playing here. Who is the host of this event? I am. Oh, I need to start my bot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me do that. Very good. Start. There we go. Now you can carto. And move over to Capture Age. So let me get this set up. Welcome to Nomad, a very crazy Nomad. We'll have some shallows in the middle. And this is the gold play-in. This will be the Silver League champions against the Amigos. And let me grab their seed numbers too. These teams have seed numbers. What is the seeding sheet? Google Docs take forever to load. Amigos are seed 12, and the Silver League champions are seed 21. And red versus blue. There we go. All right. So, we will have 3 players with their TCs all to the top left. This is Nomad. The Amigos are Ganji and Valas, the Silver League champions, playing in the Gold League play-in. Now, don't let the name fool you. This is the Gold League. It is Repard and Wide. And Daniela. Hello there, Daniela. Hope you're having an absolutely prime day. We'll have Repard will be in the yellow as the Spanish, and Wide will be in the red as the Dravidians. So Dravidians to give them that dock bonus, where everyone on the team gets 5 population space whenever they build a dock. Lets you get your fishing ships out really quickly on Nomad because of all the wood you save from not needing the houses. What is the seed? I like to hear you guys talking about it like everyone knows. The seed is just where they rank among the teams in the tournament. Got a formula that combined 1v1 in team game and tournament elo, and this is how the teams were ranked. So this says the Amigos are the favorite in this set. But and I feel like in the Gold League play-ins, anything can happen. Any chance for a 75k enhanced reality stream on YouTube today? Nope, just a normal 4K stream on YouTube. Quality on YouTube is better for you, Ralph? Yep. I think that's true for a lot of people. 4K should be really nice. Hopefully, I mean, I did apply for the beta on Twitch, so hopefully I get added to that soon. And Valas will be here in the green as the Persians. And he will be far away from everyone else. So I feel like this team has what they want. The Spanish in a position where they can castle drop and go conks and be messy. And the Persians in a position where they can just boom freely and potentially carry the game later on with knights. You don't really want the Persians fighting in the castle age on Nomad. They don't really have the tools for that. They have the tools for an eco and for booming. Don't have good monks. Knights kind of awkward to use. Don't have a good castle unique unit. As much as we all love the war elephant. Docks down here will have a Ganji and Wide right next to each other. And then on the other side of the map, Repard and Avalis pretty far away. So Persian player probably prefers placing their dock far away from everyone else so they can boom freely. Unless they want to go up really fast, which they can do with their good eco, and then contest the water. They are good at contesting the water too. So I guess it depends on your playstyle. Atomic being robbed 71 bits. Well, to be fair, I am streaming there at a bit rate of 20,000 on YouTube. YouTube is streaming on 20,000 at 20,000. It was Twitch that has the bitrate issues. I can use whatever bitrate I want for YouTube. I think on 4K with AV1 encoding, I can stream up to 40K bitrate. My internet can't support that, but I am doing it at 20K, which should be much higher than the 7.5K I'm using for Twitch. You're not being robbed that many bits, Atomic. Next time I move, I'll have to go to a place that has more proper internet so I can stream at the full 40K on YouTube. Anyway, we will have Feudal Age for Wide. He'll be the first one up, and as the Dravidians, he'll be double docking the south and will be in a great position to contest the water and destroy the fishing ships of Ganji. Ganji only one dock and has not actually scouted the two docks that are right next to his. Wide is actually not aware of Ganji's dock either. What? And maybe the Vils saw each other when they were walking. Is Wide just doing this for fish? I feel like they're in a good position to fight each other. Ganji is going to be searching with the villager. What will he see? He's not a Korean villager. Spanish best civ on this map. I think there's a reason they both picked Spanish. And Beastfire, thank you for the follow. And 1v1 Nomad, I think Spanish are usually considered the best civ. There's some civs that can fight with them, but team games, I'm not as sure. I think they're still good. But there may be different rooms for team bonuses to help each other. And hello, Yajur. So, double dock galleys there for Wide. Ganji at least has scouted one of the docks. We'll grab some sheep for himself. And he is walling off, worried about Repard. But actually, maybe didn't even scout the TC from Wide. And Ganji might not know where Wide is. Trying to do outpost. Now he sees the TC, he sees the Vils. He's like, oh no, I just walled everything over here, and my Vil is going to walk right under a TC. It's okay, though. Wide is not noticing either. Oh, there he goes, finally garrisoning. He's going to try to block with a Vil. Doesn't block him, though. Ganji gets away. I think the Spanish don't build the TC faster anymore at the start. I think that was changed. Unless I'm wrong about that. But I think the real power of Spanish comes through the Conquistador. And how strong the Conquistador is on Nomad. So Luma's on the way, Feudal Age is on the way for Ganji. And ooh, he'll be diagonal building an outpost. Let's go. There's the tower. Tower will be shooting at the Vils on the stone. And so, tower rush from Ganji. Tower rush, he will cover the stone, and he will just about cover the wood line. He's going to build this tower so it is protected by this one. Imagine this tower was like a tile over, and then this tile could have been one tile over, hitting more of the wood line. But still a very good tower from Ganji. Not like there'll be much wood left the Vils can chop anyway. To the north, a few fire galleys from Avalis. He'll be heading down to try to find the dock from Repard. Meanwhile, another dock coming in from Valis. He still will be having a very safe TC, and he's up straight away to the castle age, going for the fire galleys because he is going for the fast castle, and will have fire ships right away. Ganji's fish, meanwhile, have needed to run, and being chased while they're running, they will go down to the galleys of Wide. While trying to catch them all. And I think he'll be successful. Very nice micro from Wide. He gets that one. Yeah, the galleys are faster than fishing ships, so you chase them, and as long as you are on point, you'll get them, and he does. All the fish down for Ganji. And now, Valis has to be careful, but he's already up to castle and doing war galleys, so his fire ships should be able to keep the galleys away and keep his own fish safe. One fishing ship from Repard just trying to run, but Repard, as the Spanish himself, is going for a castle drop on Ganji. Ganji trying to be annoying with the towers to annoy two people, but he himself might now be stuck in the feudal age for a while. If you look at his resources, he does not have the stone to go up. And he probably needs to just stone wall fully. He actually could stone wall here and here and keep Repard trapped to this part of the map, unless Repard wants to transport. Yep, but exactly. Valis can boom without interference, but that's maybe a big if conquistadors come forward. Yeah, Ganji does seem kind of dead with a little food and stuck in feudal indeed. But I genuinely think just wall up here, and then wall here, yeah, and he completely traps Repard on this peninsula. The castle's not going to be able to hit the walls from that far away. And walls can go up over here too. And he definitely sees that because the tower's there. Thinking of checking his line of sight, but yeah. And conquistadors won't care about running under 1 or 2 towers. Or even 4 towers. They'll just dodge the arrows and run through. We'll also have to make camels protect Ganji. Camels can be interesting. They do have extra attack against conquistadors, but they don't have the power that knights do. Repard will be cut off, then making it easy to kill off wide. Well, that's the thing. Wide could come and double Ganji. And then Ganji's just completely in trouble. Ganji needs the towers to keep wide away. And he's in the feudal age. Towers are really the only thing he can do. He's going to make a market and try to go up. He has a lot of gold to buy, at least. So once petards come in, then... Oh, feudal age walls die right away to petards. Now the conks are in. I mean, Ganji did the right thing stone walling, but there's only so much you can do against petards. Needed many layers of stone wall. I needed to play this like you were Black Forest walling. And now the conks are in, and Ganji's taking damage. But Valis still is booming away. He's up to 46 vills. The amigos in total have more villagers. And now Ganji is dying while his teammate is booming. Will this defense of the boom be enough for Valis? Is Valis actually walled here? I don't think he is around the back of the market here. He's placing a wall there. It's painful for Ganji. But it will be a glorious boom for Valis, who won't completely be walled up. Might need some town watch, has it, and you'll see the conks coming. Oh, those farms are not safe, Valis. You can see the conquistadors, you can't farm there. Do Persian knights get bonus damage against conquistadors? Yes, they count as archers. Valis, what are you doing? No, that's not where you want your vills. Repard, what are you doing? You could be killing vills. What just happened? These conks have gotten in between all of the TCs. What? So people were not paying attention there. Just passing. What's the gimmick for the Cartographers as a tournament series? It's just we have a whole bunch of different maps. It's the same thing as Warlords. It's 21 maps in 7 categories of 3. That wall won't help against the petard. Well, it will help against one petard, I guess. At least force the petard to be used. Conks should probably just open it, though. Maybe the gimmick, though, is that it's a 2v2 tournament, and we don't have any team game tournaments these days. The map pool is more just a way to try to make it interesting than a gimmick in and of itself. So Ganji is up to castle, but he's also dead. If Repard had used the petards on Ganji's TC, he could have stopped him from getting castle. Team game tournament is a gimmick nowadays. There are 2 ranges going up for Valis. And I like 2v2s because we're capable of casting almost everything. It's not like 4v4s where we miss everything. Reminds you of vodka gameplay yesterday. Well, Vodka and Kamigawa took turns dying while the other carried. The Vils have to run away from the watchtower. Wide comes with a siege shop. Can Valis survive? Good question. He has Persian TCs, so I'm gonna guess yes. And he doesn't have enough monks to convert conquistadors right now. Konk's just gonna sit underneath 2 TCs worth of fire. He can't keep running in and out with all those archery ranges up. He's gonna be adding in elite skirms. Konk's taking a lot of damage from the TCs. And these conquistadors allowing Wide to catch up to Valis a bit in the Vil count. Also on the water, fire ships from Wide being used to disrupt the fishing ships. Castle Age for Ganji, he now is up. What is his stone count looking like? Not enough to do a castle, but he can do 2 monasteries. And he can now monk rush, or donkey rush even, against Wide. I mean, imagine some missionaries coming in. They can convert a ton of Vils. He'll have a barracks for Wide if he wants to go light cav. And what is Ganji gonna do? Missionaries, let's go! He's doing the missionaries. Yeah, I just had to double check that I'm actually recording this. So you gotta make sure we have the missionary game. Missionaries OP. Donkey rush time. So Conquistador's running around. This is the fun about having the Civ picks where the first 2 picks in the draft are done in parallel, so they can have a mirrored Civ. We'll see the Spanish played in 2 very different ways. That's what I like about Age of Empires too. The Civs can be played in very different ways, even if they have the same tech tree. And now it's gonna be donkey time. Oh, hello Vanilla Donut on YouTube. And yes, you do. You get to see Ganji's demise in 4K. You get to see Ganji's donkeys in 4K. Where's he going with them? Where's he going with them? Oh, wait, what? There's a castle there, Ganji. Are you gonna try to convert conquistadors or villagers? He's going for the villagers. Okay, he has to thread the needle carefully between 2 castles. And he does so successfully. Castle, he gets the conversion. He gets both conversions. Okay, the donkey's paying off. And you just gotta check, he does not have Inquisition. Okay, maybe the other team needs some devotion now. And Lily, hello. Is there a counter to crossbow knights? Longbow. Latus. In 2v2. I'm sure that's a better unit comp. Ganji, don't blow off your conversions though. Split them up. Oh, he gets another 2 Vils, and he's dropping a castle now. Ganji has stone, and he's dropping a castle on Wide's face. No way the archers deny that. That's just 2 archers. They don't even have fletching yet. But at the same time, Imperial Age is on the way for Wide, and he's putting it in this back TC over here. Repart has somehow come to boom again on this side of the map. The skirms are coming forward, and Valis is coming forward with his own Vils. He's getting ready for a castle drop. If he drops that castle right here in the middle, that would be insane. Okay, this is a forward castle too, and it will be a castle on the Imp TC. On the Imp TC. I think Imp will finish. And it will be a defensive castle from Wide right away. So Wide being up to Imp will be able to start a Treb War once he gets up, but he needs to get up and finish the castle. Skirms here won't care much about sitting under TC fire. They're just gonna try to pick Vils. No ballistics though, so hard to actually hit anything. And Mangonel coming forward, don't think it'll deny the castle at all. It might have to be now Petards and Rams if Valis is gonna stay in the Castle Age. Valis still does have a slight Vil lead. And is the Persian, so that'll probably expand. Look behind the castle there. That's gonna interfere with pathfinding. I just know it will. See the relic outline in 4K. Is monk booming? Yes. He's monk booming. It's like Holy Man in Age of Empires 1, the first Voices of Babylon scenario. You have that one priest, you have to go across the river and convert the Vils. That priest must have been named Ganji. Oh, the donkey's converting the conquistadors. The donkey's converting the conquistadors. Will this work? He got 2 conversions. Wasn't that great. No Inquisition, no Devotion either. That was just bad luck for Ganji. Good for Repward, bad for Ganji. Yeah, Petard's being loaded in this castle. And he will go for a big Petard and Ram push, being stuck in the Castle Age to take out the Imperial Age castle. Definitely smoother to go for the trebuchets, but Ram's much better in the Castle Age now than they were in the past. This TC from Repard being taken down. So Wide and Repard have a big score lead, but a lot of that's just due to Wide being Imp and the fact that they have water control. There still are a few fishing ships for Valis here. If Valis can get on the water and disrupt the fish from Repard, that could be nice too. Ganji continuing to move and rebuild as he lost his starting TC. Conquistador still hoovering around. Ram push commencing. Ram push with the petards on the way. Already a ram at the castle. That's 5 petards and more rams. And this castle just about to go down. And it goes down. Down it goes. The ram push is in. Mangonel defending the TC, but not in time to defend the castle. And now that trebuchet is by itself. No more treb production for Wide. He got 1 out, but with 8 vills, that'll be enough for Valis to keep the castle repaired. That castle will stay repaired, and the Rams will start taking down their archery ranges. Valis himself with the highest score in the game, even though his team is down. He needs to carry his Ganji rebooms. It'll be difficult though, as Repard is up to Imp, and he himself does have 84 vills. And what can the Spanish do in Imp? They just go Skirm Halb, they can go Paladins, they have fully upgraded trash units. I see Husbandry on the way. Might just be more Conquistadors. Need something to fight the Skirms though. The Skirm and Donkey from Ganji. Never doubt Ganji's Monk Micro, that's for sure. And another defensive castle from Wide, this time a bit farther away, this time on a hill. All is still stuck in the castle age, but both of his opponents will be Imp. Wide dies. Well, he is right now wide open, as someone in the chat says. A 1 Mangonel, though, does so much to defend against the ram push. I think that castle will go up, and the petards already have been used, and that's a petard play that sacrifices Imp for spending all those resources on petards. Mangonel... Skirm's protecting the Mangonel? It will go down. And ram push on the TC, then on the Treb, some Conquistadors from Ganji that he's converted. As the Rams push it on the Treb. And the Vills in the Mangonel should be able to stop the Rams there. And desperate repairs on the Treb goes down. So that'll keep the castle alive for a moment until more Trebs come out. And he will destroy the Treb with Rams. Wide, losing Vills down to 81 Vills, but with the castle finds a little bit of his base to stay alive. Ew, this tower, don't think it'll be denied. Trying to protect the stone with it. That'll let Repard get a castle. Repard's still somewhat trapped on this peninsula, but at least the peninsula has a lot of gold on it. It's a good spot of the map on which to be trapped. It's rich in resources. And that will be a castle from Repard. A castle from Repard gonna be right on Valis' face. Repard now has the highest score in the game. Not quite the Vil numbers that Valis has, but Valis is still stuck in the castle age. And that's a lot of Conquistadors, even a few knights behind it. Cavalier on the way. Ooh, if only the Mangonel could one-shot the castle. That was close. That was really close. Castle taking out some knights. And Cavaliers Cavaliers riding in, raiding the eco. And I think this game's just about over. I think the Silver League champions are gonna start their journey to gold. As there's the GG. And the missionary is not enough for Ganji. I was really hoping that was gonna work. But Repard too strong, too boomed. And GG. Missionaries ultimately failed their comeback mission, yes. You can see every brick on the building is vanilla, don't it? The YouTube chat. Alright, well, let's see. Gotta look at buttons to update stuff. Overlay as a win for the Silver League champs. The maps, they are winning Nomad. The Civs, that is a win for the Spanish, but also a loss for the Spanish. And a loss for the Persians, and a win for the Dravidians. So very same Civ positions for both teams. So equal there. Not like it's one team winning and taking the other Civ's top picks away while using a low Civ pick. They're both using fairly high picks. Missionary Impossible. Oh, that's a good pun. Missionary Impossible. Let's see if they're in the lobby. Already playing on Black Forest. I told my admins to be careful about this game, about this Black Forest map, because I still need to fix the small gaps. Hopefully this is good. We'd rather not have admin restarts on 9ville starts, but we'll see. I'm sure the amigos are used to BF restarts, but they should be heavily favored here. Mongols, Bohemians on BF against what? Cumans, Portuguese? Maybe Celts? Ooh, Celts all the way at the end of the draft. Celts, Saracens could be interesting. Celts could be the Paladin Civ. Oh, actually, it's Mongols, Teutons. They're saving Bohemians. Right. Let me get back into Capture Age. And here we are on Black Forest. And okay, that's kind of narrow, but I'm fine with it. They're going to wall forward anyway. He's got 2 narrow choke points to wall. I'll need to make sure those are slightly wider in the future. Why not Vietnamese? I mean, the Vietnamese are good, but they don't have siege onagers. You really want the siege onager civs. But maybe you're asking why Vietnamese? I don't know why Vietnamese. What other civs did the Silver League champions have? Okay, I can check that after the walling. All right, we need to go here. Kind of, I mean, Khmer makes sense for BF. Surprised they didn't go Celts. I mean, Vietnamese do have bombard cannons, which is nice. But I think of Wide's golds. I mean, they're forward, but that's fine. Ganji's golds are forward too. He's a back pond. I'm sure he's happy. Yeah, I think they're fine. His stones are good. His main gold is safe. It's not like he has all 3 golds forward in the passage, right? That's safe, and he's got the wall up in front of them. So I think he's perfectly fine. Okay, Ganji got forward. He's walling the very narrow passages. Yeah, this is... I need to fix this. We shouldn't have these narrow passages in BF. Repard could have easily walked out and walled it himself, though. He's just not taking any care to go wall. Score, thank you, thank you. Oh, if they saw Kamigawa's game, they should know to be aware of that. YouTube going hard. Yeah, as Vanilla Donut jokes, Vietnamese so they know the enemy location on the explored map. I don't think that's the case. I mean, they are a really good post-imp civ with imp skirms. They can be used as a counter to Mongols in many ways, going imp skirm bombard cannon, or rat and archer bombard cannon. Cannons to deal with the siege onagers and Rattans to deal with the Mangudai. But if you have enough drill siege onagers, then it becomes tricky. Okay, Ganji, 1 HP, 1 HP Vil, keeps it alive from the Jaguar, and Ganji is forward. Ran into the Jaguar, but keeps the Vil alive. Okay, okay. These are just palisade walls, so it's not like it'll be hard for Repard to break through them if there's no way to re-wall. And there is a Jaguar here that Ganji managed to avoid. And he will fight the Jaguar in the middle and send more vills to come forward. I was trying to steal the boars from the other team. Ganji. The madman. He walled his villager out, so he'll need to delete. But then the scout will serve as interference here. Oh no, there's no wall there. He needs to wall now. And he'll block with the scout and gets the wall up. Doesn't save his own scout though. Has to. Oh wait, he does save the scout. He deletes to get the scout in, and he's going to kill the scout from Repard. But in the process has to palisade to keep the Vill alive. Loses the forward Vill and might lose the scout in a Vill fight, uses the relic as part of a wall. And loses the scout. 1 HP Vill though, so she won't be able to hit the boars. The Vill was blocking the pathfinding, so the boars walked back. Now she'll come forward and is going to wall the middle. Why not bothering walling? You're right about that. I have a 3 boar lore at 4... I mean, Repard not bothering walling. Why did go to wall forward with those golds he had to? Pinged. The relics are slightly unfair. I think that's... Well, they also walled, right? We had 4 relics that were kind of, or 3 relics that were kind of in passages, and then kind of 2 on each side. So that's more of a walling thing than I think a relic fairness. Anyway, Wide is feudal. He is going to try to teach Valis a lesson with his new men-at-arms. Should sacrifice the scout. Yeah, that was a really tricky situation no matter what he does, I think. So anyway, man-at-arms on the way for Wide. And he's going to break through this palisade, this still Dark Gauge palisade. Valis giving up on re-walling as he just retreats. Ganji still with his forward Vill, doing a couple of houses around the Vill. And she's walled in there, and Repard is none the wiser. 3 boars on the way being lured towards the TC. Did the Vill hop in the TC? Did the Vill hop in the TC there? Oh wait. Okay, well, he doesn't have an extra loss, so... Oh wait. Yeah, 1-1 on each, okay. He doesn't have an extra Vill loss, that wasn't the boar. The Vill did save themselves in the TC. Alright, so 5 fishing ships for Ganji, 6 for Repard, 3 for Wide, and 4 for Valis. The Teutons being pushed by a tower rush, most interestingly. Vietnamese versus Teutons. Vietnamese Cav Archers could always be useful against the Teutons, maybe tricky to use on BF. I mean, Vietnamese Cav Archers may be also good with their extra HP against Mangudai. We'll have all of the armor, of course. So sneak happening. Ganji using some gate tricks to get the Jaguars. Oh, he's aggroed another Jaguar though. Now there are 2 Jaguars after this 1 HP Vill. There are 2 Jaguars. Oh, the diagonal gate. Ganji places Alcatraz. He's gonna run into a wood line though. And Repard is gonna see the Vill almost? Oh, he's gonna see the Vill. Where is Ganji going? Does Ganji want to dock the pond? Ganji is trying to keep the Jaguars away as he goes to dock the pond. Repard has not yet reacted. Now he sees the Vil. Now Ganji has the quick wall against 2 Jaguars and 3 Vils, and it's not gonna work. Well, he Jaguar rushes the wood line at least, but the sneak Vil is dead. He wanted to go for the dock. He didn't go for any forward ranges or monasteries or workshops, just wanted the dock. But at the very least, he Jaguar rushes the wood line. he was playing the Alcatraz quick walling minigame. He should have just built a monastery and healed the Vil, and then fought the Jaguars. Or built a barracks and some spears. You could have did something else to deal with the Jaguars. Anyway, Valis will be going forward. A couple of scouts, or no, some men-at-arms and the scout are still forward for wide, but Valis doesn't care. He wants to pressure. A knight for Repard. Ganji's gonna stone wall. So Repard afraid of the sneak, did a stable and a knight, but not gonna be anything for him to deal with there. Might just come down and help out wide. A monastery for Valis, Teutons have great monks. And we'll have a mangonel on the way, as this Vil will have to wall himself for safety. The men-at-arms, they will be downhill. And Ganji up to the Castle Age. Ganji up during TC. Hill count slightly ahead for the Silver League champs. Ganji falling behind just a bit. He long distance mines some stone. Mangonel almost hit the man-at-arms. And going for the conversion. Hits the scout. Precise mangonel hit. And everything gets cleaned. Everything is cleaned. Wonderful mangonel micro from Valis. Kills the scout, keeps the monk alive, cleans the men-at-arms. And now with 2 mangonels, he will look to push the tower on the front of Wide's passage. A couple of scouts coming forward though, and this push might need some spears along with it to deal with scouts. And there's the barracks, Valis thinking likewise. Let's see if you can get another attack ground usefully somewhere. And doesn't quite get the light cav. Will wall the Vil in. One more attack ground, nope. And 2 very low HP light cav continue to hoover. More light cav on the way as the barracks goes up, and Repard doing a great job of responding to Valis' pressure. We'll have a TC up on the back on some deer as the fish booms continue. And 2 more monks gonna... Ooh, conversion. Okay, 1 conversion at least. Ganji coming with a knight, so they're gonna pressure here. And feels like it's just walling on the left side with pressuring on the bottom. Or walling on the top, pressure on the bottom. X in the middle, and that isn't walled. Vil, oh, that's not walled, and there's Ganji's through. Repard X'd something, but Ganji got through. As the knight comes down. And the castle will go up for wide, not going to be one-shot by a mangonel. Ganji has a knight in, but could be denied by a mangonel still. Those are some potentially low HP Vils if the mangonel shots start landing. Gotta keep an eye on the mangonel HP too. Knight comes through, wants to hit the mangonel. Monk wants a conversion on the knight. It's gonna let a light cav in. Monk not gonna get that conversion. Could go for a Vil, but we'll stay away from the tower. And yeah, Repard probably saw Ganji's Vil, and he's gonna go for a monastery here. Monastery from Ganji himself. This wall, this Vil gonna wall himself in. This wall, Vils are basically walls now. Playing Fortnite before it was a thing. Oh, the palisade is down, but the Vil runs to the other side and will wall himself again. Stone walls this time. Stay extra safe from the knights. Lots of HP on the stone walls. And that Vil will be safe to build the house. And Ganji with the Knights will just look to raid if he can into Repard's base. The Amigos up in Vils. With Wide having gone for the push, now needing to defend the passage. Imperial Age on the way for Wide. And another blacksmith going up for Repard. Light Cav goes down. Khmer! The Khmer farm in the middle of nowhere. That poor Vil just wants to farm peacefully. Oh, the Knight's gonna give up on him, though. Monk coming for a conversion. And no fishing ships, actually, for Repard. No fishing ships anymore. You didn't want to do fish traps? Maybe you just deleted them? Okay, that's interesting. We'll have Imp on the way from Wide. And Imp on the way also for Repard. So, Silver League champions going Imp first. Ganji with the biggest boom so far, 98 Vils. And the biggest boom, while also being forward and being annoying, will convert that villager inside the palisades and actually force the delete on the Vil. These new monks from Ganji. Maybe Khmer farming bonus is better than fishing? That I don't know, actually. Ganji will delete, everyone deleting stuff due to monks. And this Vietnamese castle with the Imperial Age will be the center of the push with some Rattan archers on the way. Teutons will probably struggle a bit to deal with Rattan archers unless they get some siege out. Siege is something they do very well. We'll have Imp on the way for Valis too. He's gonna go monks and siege. Vietnamese not the best at dealing with monks until they get to Imp skirms, but maybe Imp skirms are not all that far away. I guess they're kind of expensive on only 55 Vils. It's a night raid from Ganji. These guys trying for a conversion. These guys never looked like monks to me. You can't see that they should be bald. Like monks need to be bald to indicate what unit they are. And forward castle with the Rattans, that shouldn't be stopped. So forward, even more forward castle. Oh, with the Mangonels, Valis. One shot it. Please. Oh, he tried. He went for it. And he's going instead for the Rattans, gets a decent hit. Vils need to repair short range on the Rattans, but they do have better damage. They take out Mangonels if they get the hits in pretty well. Tricky dance now for Wide. Only 5 Vils, some of them already are hurt on that castle. If Valis really tried, he probably could deny that with the Mangonels. Fortified wall up. Knights from behind from Repard. Reb coming forward. A very defensive castle there from Valis in front of the pond, defending the fish. Ganji still being annoying with his light cav and his monks in the middle. Ideally, he'd like convert a Vil and then wall this and keep the two players separated. So Ganji with a castle of his own. And potentially it's Mangadai time. Castle doesn't really fit the rest of the architecture set though. But yep, there come the Mangadai. Here come the Mangadai. Handcart on the way for Valis. He's on his way up still. Spore's really close, but the Amigo's slightly ahead. And actually, he is up, and he has a Treb on the way. Ganji's the last one up. Ganji maybe needs to be careful of Repard. I feel like Mongol should be good against Khmer, though. Mangadai plus Siege Onager as a combo. And Wide is Xing everything in Ganji's base. I don't know exactly what they're Xing, but it's just Xing everywhere. So Mill for Valis, where the TC was. Has to be careful of his blacksmith going down. And that's a castle from Repard. Okay, this is getting dangerous now. The Mongols take a long time to get going. And they're going to be adding a unit that will lose in fights to the Rattan archers. And he has to be careful of his Mangudai. Doesn't want to be losing them. And that's another castle with a lot of vills. That should go up. They'll be in Treb range, though. We'll immediately be in Treb range. And hello, Crusader. Double castles from Repard. He deletes that one and moves it over. Repard wants some forward castles. He needs to get them in a position where the bombard cannons can defend them. I have crenellations on the way, though, for Valis, so bombard cannons will be tricky to use. And it's going to have to come down to Trebs, although with 4 castles forward, 5 even with that one, it's going to be a lot of Treb production. Mangudai, though, can snipe off Trebs, so between Mangudai and crenellations, this team's going to have a great defense. Mangudai will micro against the light cab, use the TC for a bit of cover. That castle will go up. And hello, Immaculado. He's pulling ahead slightly in score now. We'll have Hal, block printing, crenellations, illumination, elite Mangudai, ballistics. What do the elite Mangudai look like? I haven't seen them. Elite, elite, elite. 2, 1, and... Oh, is this just the Genghis Khan hero unit graphics? Okay, their helmets get fancier. Okay, that's nice. I swear these graphics look familiar, but maybe I'm just imagining that. The Valis needs to run some vills. This is another... How many castles does Reprod have? There been some stone slinging here? I'm just mining all the stone on the map. Like the new Vietnamese castle. So something about it feels like it doesn't blend into the ground properly to me. I don't know, it's a really cool architecture. But like a lot of the things, I feel like the architectures are nice, but they don't blend with the rest of the architecture set. I guess that could be said for the Teuton Castle as well. So Trebs pop in. Lots of Trebs kind of trapped for Valis. Ganji's still forward, but Valis is getting pushed really hard. And he needs to bring his onagers to bear. Parthian tactics and drill on the way. Ballista elephants do count as siege, so Mangudai do get an attack bonus. So they themselves are very tanky though. More onagers on the way. The Rattan archers are really what's scary for the Mangudai though. And pushing and trying to take the fight. The onagers now have drill, so they can be microed away from the cannons. That's a good number of ballista Ellies. Valis might need to run his vills even farther. Yeah, the artillery is just ran by AIs. No one pushing it other than the cannons. So are the elephants. Okay, that's a good number of onagers now. Also a good number of cannons. No, two plus. I think a couple had gone down. Oh, onager shot on the elephants. Okay, with the onagers, Ganji defending. Mongols OP. Siege engineers on the way. Now they have more range. At the same time, this castle being pushed, but that's a lot of Trebs. Trebs for sniping cannons. Here come the Halbs. Trebs do not do friendly fire to their own Halbs. Thankfully for Valis. As he's gonna run away from the elephants, and all the Trebs went down. What the heck even hit them? They all went down. Wait, we have a pause. What just happened there? Valis paused. Ganji saying sec. What just happened? He delete his Trebs? Can't go back. What killed the Trebs? Considered using nuclear weapons on his opponents. I want to see what happened there. Anji just says sec in the chat. Can I check the other side situation? I don't think there is much of a situation on the other side. This is just getting cleaned. And Ganji still has his houses up here. So, you know, no situation on the other side. You just have Valis moving to reboom. think Volos is as confused as we are. Maybe he is. As his 3 trebs just went down. He didn't just research chemistry, did he? That's been in for a while, hasn't it? Best of 5, yes. I was looking in the chats to see if there's anything. Not seeing any updates. Was it a bombard cannon shot that got all of them? Shot 3 times, killed the trebs. Okay. This might just be a normal pause for them that corresponds to the timing of the trebs being destroyed. That's where he deleted them like Tato did his Arbalests last time. Shot 3 times, killed the trebs because they were stacked up. Okay. Yeah, and I think you can stack trebs in DE more than you could in the original game, so the bombard cannons become much scarier if that happens. He'll need to remass his treb numbers. I think that Ganji has an army that is kind of unkillable at this point, though. Ballista Ellies and Ratans both kind of died to the Onagers, and Ganji getting close to clicking Siege Onager. Ganji might need to sling Volos back into the game a bit with a reboom, though. Ganji does have Sig Micro, yes. Cannon hit all 3. That's probably it then. If it shot 3 times and destroyed all of them, that's what it would take. Interesting, though. Yeah, because you can definitely stack the trebs if you look at where they're dead.
Yes.
Yep, there we go. 14, yes. Just continue. Perfect. I think it's just the trebs were stacked and the cannon hit them. So Mangudai plus Onager should devastate Ballista Elephants. Yeah, look at how much damage the Mangudai do. These things have so much HP, but they just melt. I mean, it might even just be better for the Khmer player to be going Hussars here. You have Rat Archers to deal with the Teuton player's Halbs, and they're kind of dead anyway. Skirm on the way. Won't help against the Ballista Ellies, but will help against the Ratans. Good thing about the Teuton Castle, though, is that the cannons just can't pressure it. You have Bodkin on the way, so now this thing has 8+5 for 13 range. You can see just how far away the cannons have to stay behind this green line. Unable to pressure the castle. Elephantos, normal Elephantos actually could be great. Maybe worry about Teuton Halbs, but yeah, normal Elephantos probably better against the Mongols. Although, to be fair, the Mangudai might, or the Onagers might still flatten them. So there's Siege Onager on the way, coinage being clicked for Ganji so he can sling Volos back. And unlike that game from FedEx and Monos, he's realizing you need to click coinage very much before slinging. Extra important with how expensive the base tax is these days. Did they finish Volos first? The more time they spend pushing here, the more time Volos has to reboom. Hope we have another pause. And Ganji says, sorry, my headset. Okay, he's having problems with his headset. We'll fix that. Does Onager have bonus damage versus Elephant? So Onagers have bonus damage versus Siege. It is 12 attack versus Siege. And the Ballista Elephants count as a Siege unit. So against the Ballista Elephants, they do have bonus attack. Against normal Elephants, they wouldn't, but the Ballista ones are special, so they do. Also heavy siege like Hussite wagons. 50 attack and why do? Oh, also plus. Okay, so that's plus 30 against heavy siege. Okay, this is called heavy siege, even though it's Hussite wagon. The capture age didn't rename it, I guess. So now it's a treb push on the castle. A treb push, lots of vills repairing, but the Mangudai are there. The Mangudai need to snipe off trebs. And they'll get cannons. They'll get trebs. They're going for the cannons first. I think the trebs are more important, though. That was what was hitting the castle. But the castle goes down. And now a bunch of Halbs gonna go forward into the Ratan Archers. More Onagers on the way. Ganji just going full Siege Onager now. Doing chain barding armor in case he wants Hussars. He is getting Ballista Elephant cut in the north, though. Hard to wall out against Ballista Elephants, and he might need something at home more than castles just to defend this. Rampart opening another front. Finally something happening at the top of the map. But the Trebs are alive for Valis. That's 3 Trebs besieging the castle. And I think he should be able to take these castles down with the Ganji's army taking out all the siege and all the Rattan archers. Ganji's losing a lot of Mangudai though. That's a lot of castle fire. And he needs to get back. More siege onagers on the way though. Being land siege onager shots on the Rattans. This is going to be a massive swing as the castle goes down. Some Hussars coming in to try to go after the onagers, but the onagers are speedy and the halbs are present. We're going to have double workshops being added in from Repard as Ganji is sending someone leading up to that side. Probably won't be bad because then he won't be the one fighting the imp skirms. Yeah, here's good old siege onagers. Treb's going for the castles. The Rolls Royce onagers. Another castle down, and that's probably 4 castles in total that will be destroyed. The bombard cannons can't deal with the Trebs when the Mangudai are there. Oop. Oh, dropping some frames. Oop. Alright. Might have had a brief disruption. Might have had a brief drop there, but it looks like we're back. Alright, sorry, my internet spiked for a second there. Should be good now. Ah, the dream of one day having stable internet. And yellow pushing the middle. Pushing the middle, he's ballistic cutting everywhere. But against the Hussar raids, we have some light cav now from Ganji. Ganji will probably work to get Hussar added in. And also Valis adding in some barracks. He wants to do halbs over here. So halbs to stem the tide, stem the flood of these raids, and Repard being pushed back at the same time. Mongols OP, the siege onagers hitting the Rattan archers in the south. Hitting the Rattan archers, we have some Hussars cleaning a gold mine. Not too bad though for Ganji. Looking at the trade count, do we have any trade anywhere? I don't think so. I don't see any. A lot of castles going down. Those on the gold will go down. Cinema. Time for Imp Skirm approacheth. Maybe if the gold runs out and they don't have trade. Is now Valis, maybe you should delete some walls just to let the onagers through? I have no idea what side that would benefit. Probably, yeah, there we go. Probably the Skirm side, that for the Rattans, to keep the cannons away from the Trebs. That's the micro you need there, and this castle will go down. Valis finally will reclaim his main gold, as in the north they also are pushing. This forward has been cleaned up. Repard unsuccessful in his attempt to raid Ganji. Ganji with 17,000 score, Mongols OP. Castle is down, and this is feeling pretty good for the amigos. The onagers. Ooh, the Rolls Royce onagers. Ooh, hitting the Rattans. Yep, we're there. As the Reaper died for a second. Mongols are OP. Yes. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Military account. Dropping for this team. Reaper trying to keep the Hussar there. Trying to do coinage to sling his teammate. One day I'll figure out why Reaper mutes itself like that. Or I'll find something other than Reaper. So Longsword's been all on the way. Lots of barracks going up for Valis. So let me know if there's lag between now and the OBS. The Twitch chat. I think there might be now, after that brief drop I had. Ooh, nice onager shot. Yeah, no one typed anything yet, so I think there is. Ganji and Vala sharing the main gold is sweet. What good teammates. Seems fine to me. You typed that a good 30 seconds after I said it. 5120 for Twitch? Oh, okay. You're okay then. Silver League champs in the main league. Well, fighting for a chance to be in the main league. Now there's a raid up the middle, but immediately, Ganji responds with Hussars. And he has castles there, castles and Hussars. We have champion on the way for Valis. Gonna go for the swordsman line. Use them to help break into the Vietnamese player. Where the Hussars going, they're gonna go for the farms in the back, run through all the castles, but be chased. Ganji also has the option for camels to chase down Hussar raids as the Mongols. And now it is Imp Skirm. Imp Skirm as Ganji needs to bring the Mangonel forward. That's a lot of cannons. Red is Omega House. Red is also very low in pop. The Amigos staying much closer to 200 pop than Silver League champions are. But this is a nice fight for the Imp Skirms. Wide still. He's been in for a long time. Has his eco added in at least to pump elite Skirms. This is now maybe the situation where Valis needs his own siege onagers too. He's the Teutons. He has good siege onagers. Hussar is going to run into Halbs. And then turn around and run away. Run right back as we have now a Hussar and Mangudai raid from Ganji getting into the north, getting into the farming eco of Repard. All the Vil is going to die and turn to fertilizing the farms. Hussars coming in. The main guy dealing with them. There are the GGs. And the Amigos tie it up 1-1. And no win condition for them. And Ganji 528 kills carrying with the Mongols. Lots of food for the Khmer player. But trade profit. Let's go Ganji trading. GG. Had a map pick before a map ban? Yes. Alright, so again, I'm just going to do an ad to keep the pre-rolls off on Twitch, and we'll be right back. So that was the Amigos winning Black Forest. That's winning with Mongols and very last pick Teutons against the Khmer and the it was Khmer and Saracens, right? Oh no, Khmer and Vietnamese. Why did I think Saracens? Oh, it said, when I alt-tabbed, it said Saracens in the game. The game displays the wrong civs. Surprised to see them trading so little. I guess it's hard on a 2v2 map. Kind of awkward to set up a trade. All right, I'll be right back. I need to grab more water. I'm out of water. Horrible thing to be out of when you're streaming. Okay, we're back. Hello, Acro. Hello, Bloodless. And let's see. We have... map are they on? I almost clicked the other set. They're going on Arena. Arena. So the most proper map. And Cumans and Italians. Well, you're right on the Cumans, but it's Cumans and Portuguese. Similar architecture, at least. And then Bohemians and Burgundians for Ganji and Valles. And thank you everyone also who's watching over on YouTube. We got 50 viewers there, which I think in addition to the Twitch numbers, is really nice for us to have like 250 viewers, considering Dave's also streaming. So here we go. Arena. And let me reset the scoreboard. Okay, it's Arena. We always know Arena gives us wonderful games. Let's take up the... It's clowning time. It is clowning time. How do I say that? Marathi? And put on the three-pointed cap and bells. It's clowning time. It is clowning time indeed. We will have Ganji and Valis the Amigos as the B civs, the Bohemians for Ganji in the south in the blue, and the Burgundians for Valis in the green to the west. On the other side of the map, we will have Sals. Wide will be in the red to the north, playing as the Cumans, and Repard in the yellow to the east, playing as the Portuguese. Marathi is the Jester's little stick. Okay. I'm not getting the image of what the little stick is. I think of a jester as someone who's juggling. I guess the jester is a type of clown. I never would have made that connection, but you're right. Like with the thing, like the yeah, like a jester hat. Anyway, we will have the Borlor. This arena does have deer on it. And for our Cuman player, he does have a back gold and a back stone. Maybe the stone by the wood line is where he wants to put the second TC. Don't think he'll TC the gold, think he'll go for the wood. Now these arena maps tend to have a fairly generous amount of back resource. Or back space, not back resource, back space where you could farm if you get pushed. I left the back walls in so you could run to the back of the walls and do a lumber camp if you want. The walls are not arena walls? What do you mean? They are arena walls. They do have 1,800 HP. These are arena walls. These are proper arena walls. Yeah, these are real arena walls. You think I'd do an arena tournament or put arena in a map pool and not give it proper walls? Silly chat, just clowning around. Different than normal walls. This map, so chat, back in the day, walls had 1,800 HP stone, but then in an effort to nerf slinging in team games, they set the HP from stone walls from 1,800 to 900, and then we started getting tower rushes on arena instead of proper games of arena. DE eventually nerfed it back to 1,080 instead of 900, but no, we are having proper 1,800 HP on our arena walls, just like in AOC. Yep, so Silver League Champs, 1 game 1 on Nomad, Amigos 1 game 2 on Black Forest, and now we have a wonderful map of Arena. Proper games, hello again Atomic. Needs more tents. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. What if we could mod houses to look like circus tents? Yeah, slinging is back on the menu, Acro, indeed. Well, just for this map, though. There's just the other maps have the same DE HP. Well, I don't think the tower rushes are going to be the same issue on those maps. So, something like Jungle Rumble, I think being able to push the stone walls is nice. Yep, in P-Souls, that's what it is on DE, but here we have actual walls. And that's why it's called Arena, so that people ask the question, what's different from normal Arena? And then they're not surprised. I don't want to have players going for trushes only to figure out the trushes aren't working. We could grab the Roller Coaster Tycoon Circus tent and just throw that in here. That could work. Maybe the size is more... I don't know if the size is right. Might have to be like a 3x3 building. Maybe the monastery could be a circus tent. The biggest difference is the relative distance. Yep, and compared to DE's arena, the middle of the map is also a bit smaller. So players should be slightly closer, and the wood lines extend closer into the middle, so the overall enclosure is a bit smaller. I also removed all of the predators, so no wolves to eat your vills when they go to Monk Rush. And Murathamine... I don't know how to pronounce that, I tried. Hello. Civilization Clowns, unique unit Harlequin, unique text, juggling, somersaults, unique building, the circus, team bonus, good cheer. Yeah, lots of back room if you're pushed, though. Lots of back room if you're pushed. We do see Wide deleting the walls. We do see everyone deleting them. No one likes their back walls. No one's going to hide behind them if they get pushed. Lots of farming space for them. So I think maybe a bit more back room than normally you see on a team game arena on this map, perhaps. Maybe I should make the player lands a bit smaller. Something I'm keeping an eye on, but just tried to make this a bit more like an old arena map instead of the DE one. Try to keep aggression as an option. Humans on Arena always leads to an intense game. Arena solved for premium monk gameplay. How does Orlu feel about me removing all the wolves? Does he have feelings if he's removed? So Repard is doing the thing where... Yeah, he's doing the thing where you're lazy, so you just use the follow command on your ally's scout and let your ally do all the scouting, and then you're never leaving him behind. On DE, yes, they do. On this map, they start at 1,800 and they remain there. She's auto scout, no auto scout. Maybe I should disable auto scout next time we do a tournament. Disable auto scout, disable auto farm. I don't know if those are hard coded. I might be able to disable that in the unit data. I don't know if that's like an age flag I can set, like enable auto farm with the shift click. You lost without auto. The hacker needs his auto features. So here comes Ganji. Ganji, 8 villagers. Is this a tower rush? No, this is a castle drop. Unless it is a... Yeah, there you go. Castle drop from Ganji. As the Bohemians, he is up and immediately doing a workshop. Disable auto queue. We need that for Age of Mythology. Disable the Vil auto queue. I played Age of Mythology, and I think one of the reasons I didn't stick with it was legit the auto queue on the TC. Made it feel like I didn't have like enough buttons to press while playing. I'm glad you could turn off auto queue for the military, but I think auto queue on the TCs also should have been off. The gate sees it. The gate has line of sight, and the walls also have 2 tiles of line of sight, so he does see it. And it's Hussite Wagon time, but he's doing it to the Portuguese. The Portuguese, a very good monk civ, and I imagine this is just redemption monks plus a castle of his own. I think it's the castle, kind of a weird position. Surprised it's not on the gold, but I guess it will protect this area of the map while the walls go over here. Also drops the Portuguese, not the Cuman. I was gonna hope the Burgundian maybe can boom, and hopefully outboom the Cuman. But that's 47 Vils already for Wide as he's up to the castle age. And he's going to start mining stone, so I wonder if this is just 2 TCs straight to Imp for a castle drop, Kipchaks, and Tribs. Castle up, new castle graphics for the Portuguese, as a monk wants a conversion on a scout. It does protect his second gold, right about that. I guess that's what he wants to move to now that the main gold is denied. Didn't put it in front of the stone. The other gold would be outside the walls over here, so in danger territory. So Ganji is going to send the petard over here towards Wide. And in feudal, it's only 1 petard to open the walls. So full house wall behind this from Wide. And Wide probably wants to do the workshop as the Cuman's on the way up, just so we can get a Manganella as fast as possible. And the scout goes down. Antagonist is in Silver League Champions, yes. Okay, wall doesn't quite go down, because it has 1,800 HP. Ganji may be confused, the feudal age wall's not going down, but nope, this is a real HP. Or tower hopping still works, it has never worked between 2 pieces of wall. It always worked between a gate and a wall, and the gates used to be in the corners in AOC. In DE, the gates are in the middle. You can still tower hop if you put the tower like in a corner between 2 houses. Just 2 walls where it doesn't work. So Redemption on the way for Repard, and he's ready to do a Redemption monk defense? Double monastery, but all the Hussite wagons have gone towards his teammate, and Ganji's going for a second castle. Ganji the madman going for castle number 2. Maybe this could just be a quick imp though from Wide. We need to sell some stone and wood to go up. It wouldn't be too far away. So monks coming in from behind, converting the Hussite wagons. That's 1-2 conversions already. And okay, Ganji, this castle looking a bit risky now. Those monks converting the Hussite wagons. Oh, he destroys the mangonel. Okay, this could be a doubt castle. 8 fills left, but they're low on HP. The Kipchak's going to snipe them off. 80% done with the castle. 80% done with the castle, and Ganji is not going to finish it. 89, 90%, 91, 91.92. One Vil still alive. Has to dance, has to take less damage from the Hussite wagons, absorbing the shots. Repard probably cannot click the Vil behind the Hussite wagon. Ganji positioned almost perfectly. No, the hero Vil goes down at 98.6%. 98.6%. No, antagonist and Lan are different people. Antagonist and Lan are different people. Ah, proper doubt castle. A proper doubt castle. More Vils are on the way. That was costly for Ganji, and that's going to ruin the timing of his push, as now Wide will get up a second defensive castle. Second defensive castle. He's still on 2 TCs, and he's about to go Imp. And we all know what happens when you go Imp. You make Trebs and you destroy the castle. So there it goes. That's finished. And I don't think Ganji can push any more over here. Light Cav going to snipe off monks. That monk needs to swap targets. Doesn't. Light Cav looking for more monks by that relic. Ooh, the spear probably saw the monk. Monk could maybe charge on the spear and then get ready to swap. Or just convert the spear. Any rules on slinging? They can sling. They can do whatever they want. It's only taxed at 50%. So 50% instead of 30%. Imp on the way for Wide, so indeed just going to go for the faster Imperial Age. This will, however, give Valis more time to boom on 3 TCs compared to the 2 Kuman TCs. He's going to need to use that well. Ooh, insta-delete of everything from Ganji. Just run them away, let one get converted. I don't got to delete that much. We do still need the sling command. I have lots of stuff I need to update. Okay. Castle being rammed. We have a ram push from Ganji, so a castle on the other side and a ram push now. The Cavaliers need to come and defend the rams, but this castle should go down. The villagers trying to destroy the rams. Some light cav hoovering in on the other side, and the castle goes down. The castle goes down, and Repard is open. Repard is open. And the Rams going for the house or the TC? Just for the TC. The Cavaliers, the Castle Age Cavaliers are hoovering around. Some monks need to go get conversions, but maybe hard with the Light Cav there. Some quick gates to protect the monks. Some more quick walls to protect them. Light Cav don't quite get to them, and the monks are going to run for the other TC. And not a single monk goes down. The monks make it. And now they want conversions on the Cavaliers. One Light Cav will get in, but get taken down. The Cavaliers will hit the monks. And the monks will go down, everything dying. As the ram push has succeeded and now opened the floodgates for the Burgundian Cav, the Cavaliers. Kipchaks, though, from wide here to defend, but a lot of damage already done as another TC targeted, and that should probably go down. Kipchaks okay at dealing with rams for the most part. Takes a few volleys. Paravil's there, but another TC down. It's a castle and 2 TCs lost. On the other side, the Trebs are now popping, so this castle will be dropping. No way for Ganji to keep that alive forever. But more Trebs will be queued. 4 Trebs total. And likely more on the way. Is Repard okay? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he's in a lot of trouble now. We'll lose the monastery potentially. Repairs on the ram from the villagers. Even if it's not lost, the relic has to be ejected. So not destroyed, but lost the relic. The Kipchaks are going to run away. Vill's also running. Vill's running. Repard migrating to the outside to get another TC. Vill's hit by the Cav. Imperial Age on the way for Valis. But once Valis gets up, and if he can get a castle and some trebs of his own, then he can push. And he also has the option to go for Paladin. And researching Paladin likely will give him a great counter to pretty much everything the Kumans are doing. This isn't a fully boomed Kumans player, only 90 Vils. Went for the fast imp treb approach. And thus will be far behind in eco compared to Valis' the Burgundians. Valis, who still can do his imp upgrades for cheap. Hasn't done them yet. That's the old Zero Empire is saying. Once the trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. Alice adding another castle of his own between the stone and the gold. And double monasteries up for Repard. Ooh, something tells you that castle's not going to go up wide. Something tells you that's a bit too ambitious. No range upgrades on the castle from Valis, so that makes it a bit easier for the Kipchaks to maneuver around. You do Fletching Bodkin, you're taking up a much larger area where the Kipchaks can't stand. Right now, though, Valis is going to hope that the Trebs don't destroy the castle. He's going to want to repair that. And before engaging the Kipchaks, not just Paladin, but he more importantly wants the armor, so he gets up to 6 armor on the Cavaliers. He has a lot of Cavaliers. I don't think he wants to fight yet. That's a lot of Kipchaks. He's going for the castle. He could get the Vils. Is this enough Cavaliers? I don't think he denies the castle, and he's at risk of losing his own castle, but he just lost his army in this fight to the Kipchaks. Scorpion's on the way over from Ganji, but not in time. That was enough villagers, and the castle from Valis is down. And so will be the stables, as he's doing Paladin and he's doing armor, but he fought just before he wanted to. Stables going down, and I think he should have just given up the castle and waited. And he was greedy trying to take the fight, and against the Kipchaks wasn't able to win. There's a huge difference between 4 armor and 6 armor when your opponent does 7 pierce damage on the arrows. That's 3 damage versus 1. They do 3 times the damage per arrow. If you don't have the armor, I'm not sure how the secondary projectiles work, but at least the primary one. So Halb on the way. Does he aim for the stable with the flag? Well, I think Valis did a good job in putting Paladin in the back stable, but that stable might even be denied. Is there a point where you wanted to cancel it and put it in a back stable? Paladin is a long upgrade. Trebs, I think, can hit the stables. He's trying to take out the gate for now, and luckily for him, the gate is distracting the Trebs. And the Trebs won't auto-target that stable until the others go down. Looks like they're targeting the walls. On the other side, only 53 Vils from Repard after all that damage he took. And we have Ganji up to Imp on 74 Vils. But Repard, if there's a civ that can reboom, it's the Portuguese. If they can get Imp and just throw down Vitorias, then maybe they can contribute. But that's probably still a long way away from him. This is all now about wide. And is there a sling? No sling, so it's not like Repard's trying to sling wide at this point. You don't see the research glow from the opponent, and by the looks of it, Paladin did finish. So Paladin is finished for Valis. Katie, Repard lost 46 villagers. Ganji lost 18, most of them, I think, on that forward castle. And Wide, despite the pressure, only lost 10. So Scorpions there. Scorpions crucial for helping to deal with all the Halbs, but Monks there to convert the Scorpions. And Faith on the way for Valis. Burgundians have Heresy? No, they don't, so Devotion Faith will be the most they can do. All stable. You said flags. Yeah. All. Oh, maybe that's a good one. All stables with one researching or garrison. So the pal stable can't because it's researching. Well, it could have paladins in it from before the research started. But yeah, I never thought about that. Flags indicate stables were continually training units and were garrisoned, whereas the one that's researching doesn't have that. Doesn't have that training process that would garrison more. That's interesting. I never thought about that. So, forward castle from wide. Valis under a lot of pressure here. It's going to be up to Ganji to save him, I think. All of his stables are on the outside, but he doesn't have a great answer now to Halbs. Ganji been trying to go for Scorpions. But Scorpions not enough. As more Trebs come in. Also, imagine if he just had, like, another 10 Paladins if he didn't take that initial fight. All deleted Vils have to run. Valis in a lot of trouble now. Paladin's taking out the Halbs. It'd be a good idea to loop around to snipe the Trebs. Yeah, Trebs are all just being guarded by Halbs, though. That's easier said than done. Oh, he's gonna loop around to hit Repard. He's gonna make sure that Repard is still down for the count and not able to reboom into the game. The Treb going to destroy a house, maybe? Or for the monastery. He's going for Repard. Yeah, if only Vala still had his back walls. He did manage to run a good number of hills. It's going to be up to Ganji now, and he's wide, has taken a huge score lead. And Valis has decided, I can't fight the Halbs, but I can fight the villagers. And Ripper is going to be thinking, oh no, I finally clicked up the Imp and I'm just being raided again. Where's the Imp TC? Over here, and where it's very safe. As I say that, Paladin's raiding again. Treb could hit that monastery, take out more relics. Treb right now just making openings in the raiding walls. Now with devotion and faith, Valis much more resistant to the monks. Ballistics on the way for Ganji. Still with the Skirms. Skirms to deal with Kipchak and Halb. Repard up. And block printing Theocracy on the way. More stables coming forward for wide as Valis retakes the score lead. Valis adding in TCs. He's being raided. At the same time, he's raiding everything over here flashing as Repard dropping down now to 68 Vils. Most of his eco's outside at this point. Trying to add in more TCs. He's Imp, so he can add in Fatorias now. Could just be Fatoria Arb from him. Now, without as much HP, these paladins, they lack bloodlines. So Arb a bit more effective against them than fully upgraded paladins. It's 200 pop. What is that? Halbs hitting the castle. That monastery with the relics in it finally being trebbed. And the paladins get a Vil. Hello, Sir Baron. Damage can be repaired. Hahaha. That's a good one. And at this point, it feels like Valis is pushing out. He's stabilized in his base. I'm not seeing all those blinking red dots. Pushing the castle with Trebs. And Repard still doesn't have a base, losing more villagers, down to 55. Who wins have a better chance than you'd think against Bohemians, but wide is basically 2v1. Yep, he's been 2v1 for a while. And I think that's going to start to weigh on him. Even more than it is now. And Valis did manage to stabilize. The Paladin's 8. As you say. And now feels like this team has it. The Amigos look like they're going to go up 2-1. This was a good game of Arena. That swung back and forth. Yeah, after that Doubt Castle, I thought they had thrown it. Let's do with the power of friendship as they go up 2-1. Behind 273 kills from Valis, only 1 conversion from Ganji, 31 conversions from Repard. But that eco couldn't be stopped. 2v1 military pressure couldn't be stopped. The fast imp to clear the trebs worked initially, but he didn't have enough behind the push. So risky castle there from Ganji. Otherwise, Amigos managed to pull it out. Oh, that's not Arabia, that's Arena. So both civs already using their first. Both teams already using their first row of civs. GG. Thank you all also for watching. Between Twitch and YouTube, we have around 300 viewers, which is lovely for these games. Hope you all enjoy the tournament. Our friendship did it. Next map will be Arabia. Wonder if earlier bodkin for Kipchaks would have helped to keep Portuguese alive enough to give a different game. You had it late and had like 15 to 20 Kipchaks? Maybe it would help. And it's hard to get the Kipchaks over there in time though when the castle's in your base. So as we get started, a reminder that the signups for the community tournament continue. They will continue until midnight tonight GMT time. So 23:59 GMT. So let's see, they're launching, it'll be Arabia, and let's go. Okay, and welcome to game number 4. The Amigos taking a 2-1 lead. We will have Ganji in the southwest playing as the Maya in the blue, and Valis to the southeast playing as the Romans in the green. Players immediately taking in their boars. This will be the kind of mountainous, snowy version. To the north, we will have Repard in the yellow as the Franks, and Wide in the red as the Chinese. So Chinese going to be used as the archer civ now. So Maya as the archer civ, Romans as the cav civ. I've not seen that done before on Arabia. Okay, Maya in Chinese. I mean, Maya definitely an archer civ. Frank's definitely the cav civ. Chinese can be an archer civ. Probably one of the top ones outside of Maya, Britons, Ethiopians. And then Romans. Don't know what's going to happen with the Romans, so we'll have a house going up for Valis, sending 5 fills out to the chickens. This is the chicken version of Arabia. Every Arabia will be chickens and no deer. Makes the map maybe a bit more open. Looking at the maps, back gold for Valis, but also exposed in a spot he can't wall all that well. The other gold he has is forward, but maybe easier to wall by the trees. Area's kind of forward as well. Ganji, back golds everywhere, back berries, back stones, and then his other 4 gold is forward. So really good map for Ganji. Forwardish gold, but back secondary gold and stone for Repard, another stone behind his woodline. Really want this to be a game where Franks are just Franks in Destroy. You want Franks to be Franks. Chickens, yes, chicken Arabia. And then map for wide, pretty nice gold. Inside the wood lines where you can wall. And he's gonna mill the berries. Like you've seen them use plenty. I mean, as the cap civ in a 2v2, I've definitely seen them on Land Madness before. But for 2v2s, usually you see Huns, Magyars, Franks, Khmer even picked before them. That's a T90. Doesn't he have a T90 chicken already? Oh, also look at this lumber camp. Look at how pristine this villager efficiency is for Valis. That's a beautiful lumber camp. Yes, D90 chicken. So, feudal on the way for everyone. Our player here, Valis, will be up first, along with Repard, so the Cav player is going up a bit faster. Double lumber camps for Valis, both on the same wood line, adding a barracks forward. And where is he going to place his stable? That'll be forward by the barracks. So barracks for Ganji. And archery range going up for Ganji. Repard feudal, so you can ignore this. The eagle double ranges, and then double ranges also for wide, and stable over here for Repard. So we're going to see standard scouts and archers. Not going to see men at arms like we saw in that Arabia game the other day. Spear going to come forward and chase the scout. As well as go up across the front here for wide. Has everyone ever seen wide and nilly wide in the same room? How could the two of them ever fit in a room together? I don't know if there's ever been a room wide enough for that. So double bit axe from wide. Ooh, okay, double bit axe from the archer player. Don't always see that. Sometimes it's just skipped. Double bit axe and two lumber camps. That's an efficient eco. I guess the Chinese have a good eco, so you can afford it. Now we see double bit axe from every player actually. Two there. Kind of strange for Arabia these days. And even the mines, usually they focus more on pumping out archers. Yeah, only one lumber camp. And Ganji also has to be careful. He won't be able to run the vills if archers come over. Just trap them in with the mining camp. It's fun to do for efficiency, but you do trap them in. You know we're skipping. You skip double bit axe when you're one of the archer players. And the reason for skipping it is because you need the wood to do an earlier blacksmith. But this might just be a reaction to Chicken Arabia, where you need to do the mill anyway, since you're not pushing the deers. So you might not have the wood for the blacksmith anyway, in which case the double bit axe just kind of gets added in, because you have the eco for it. Horse collar, you expect horse collar from the scouts player. Yeah, the scouts players on both sides, double bit axe and horse collar, that's standard. It's the archer player where double bit axe is the question, and I think that might just be a reaction to Chicken Arabia. The Xing here is the scouts are going to get in and force the tower up on Repard's wood line. And they will run away after that. The wheelbarrow even from why? That's an early wheelbarrow. And Scout's not able to take a fight. Want to get in, still hit that tower, but that spear makes it tricky. Also, think about all the food these farms are going to have for the Franks player because of the Chinese team bonus. Not only do they get the free horse collar, but then the Chinese team bonus also gives them longer lasting farms. Oh, these farms are going to last forever. Airport's going to have an insane economy. you got to think about that sometimes. The Chinese team bonus, slinging your farms. The double team now on Ganji. Both armies trying to break in. There'll be a double team on the other side of the map on wide too, so we might have a base trade situation. Wide can wall with the market. Yeah, team bonus is much less impactful than it used to be. That horse collar does help it. The bloodline's on the way for Valas as he is up. As the Romans, he is a good eco and he is up to the next stage. Bloodlines and armor on the way. So Repard coming back with his scouts. The armor still doesn't have the attack upgrade. We're in for Repard, but as the Franks, he will not have access to bloodlines. So this is maybe with bloodlines an opportunity to take a fight, forging on the way. They could probably start taking the fight if they wanted to, but they're going to think about coming back to clean this up. A lot of archers, 25 archers now for wide. Chinese economy is great in its own right, too. Market going up for Ganji. Scouts and archers finally finding a spot to clash, but reinforcements coming in from the back, and these archers might get sandwiched. Good fight though for Ganji. Great micro to kill archers and still run away. I think this is still decent for the amigos, as now Ganji has some reinforcements. So Castle Age coming in for everyone now, but Valis is up first, doing the second armor, and has light cav. Probably needs a few more to jump all those archers though. And they're just gonna try to run away and save the numbers until a fight can come in. Some knights from Valis too. Archers managing to pick off the scouts a bit. Ganji Gaming, hello T90. So Ganji has added the third range on his way up, so he's going to be going 3-range crossbows as the Maya. Discounted crossbows, of course, for them. Wide just is up. 3 ranges here as the Chinese, and immediately adding in that university, going to take advantage of that discount on ballistics. And gold shaft mining for Repard. Lots of farms here, neatly placed for Valis. Up to 21 farmers already, just going to use them to pump out knights. Now that the Franks are up, they will of course get their free heavy plow, and Chinese bonus will be applying to that as well. So tons and tons of long-lasting farms for Repard. Until people filming on YouTube. Egg gaming with the walls. Yeah, we did see a good team wall the other day. Well, not much of an egg base over here for Repard. He has a completely open base. Feels like 4-range territory even. Oh, ballistics on the way. I mean, if you're Mayans, I think 4 ranges definitely could be in the cards. How cheap everything is. Repard needs to react to this raid though. Had that tower he didn't garrison it. Manages to keep the wood line walled. Has to go for a defensive monastery, and that does not feel good in a team game. Still on 1 TC despite being the first up, and 1 TC, 0 villagers. Here come the crossbows and the knights, both breaking in, and all those farms he had by the mills are not gonna be worked on, as the villas have to go idle, standing with their wood out in the middle of nowhere. That's 37 crossbows to 32. Well, might have been a close fight with the knights there to engage. And Ganji indeed on 4-range territory. And we'll clean up some knights at the front of his base with his crossbows. That is cleaned, and more Xing on the side as a couple knights from Repard get mowed down, and all these crossbows from wide fall back. Am I clicking to imp soon? Why would I be clicking to imp now? He is up, and Ganji doing thumb ring, but he's nowhere close to up. He's gonna have to do some damage with the crossbows that he has now. And well, he does certainly have a lot of them. But imp in the only TC that's here for wide, another range in the back. Just force him to that fourth range because he's going to lose the front ones. Ganji needs obsidian arrows. Oh, no more obsidian arrows. Nightmares about that still. And we'll have the TC going up still for Ganji on the front, so not going to be an imp for Ganji. And wide, if he can get imp and get bracer, maybe he can carry this. Crossbows, this is a good number of crossbows. 53 crossbows. He's almost got one full group. Maybe he just gets up and does ARB and then owns like we saw Vodka almost do the other day. So 52 seconds from Imp, the army not really able to do much damage. If they knew he was up, maybe worth diving. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's 1 TC. Even if you dive and lose stuff, you want to get the crossbow numbers down. You're not going to be able to fight that once it gets Imp if you're committing to staying castle. I've had more expos than builds, more crossbows than builds. 57 to 50. Leaving his teammate a bit exposed, Repard has to defend himself with the knights. And hello, Red Cliffy. Anyway, been nice knowing Repard. Well, they are going to dive, just the player whom they are diving will be Repard. Repard's TC will be knocked down. Hills try to flee, but get shot by the crossbows. And more Vills run to the safety of the other TC. TC goes down, and this is becoming more and more the game that Wide has to carry, as Repard still had not managed to get walls up. Nightlife having faith in Repard and Wide. Wide being up with Thumbring, Bracer, Arbalest. And if these Arbs can just fight properly, I think they win. But that's the hard part, fight properly. 15 Vills in the TC. And the TC will stay up as the Arbs move to engage and the Vills look to repair. And his army is now kind of trapped. If there's one thing that Repard could do, it's maybe just wall and make sure that this army can't get out. He's trying to dodge ballistics as finally Bowsaw is on the way for Valis. Where do these crossbows go to find safety, though? They're keeping up the pressure at the front of Wide's base, even though Wide keeps adding in more crossbows. There are a couple of knights still running around. As they're converging towards the back of Wide's base, they might just turn around and try to head back, juke out the crossbows, and go back to Repard. Yeah, that's what Ganji's doing. And Valis is going to go with him. So now Repard going to be hit from behind. And what is up here? Even more crossbows. Ganji has so many crossbows here. He's up to Imp 2. He's up to Imp 2. In the back, the knights could get in. Thank you, Cup of Chia, for the follow. And the knights are in on the wood line. The overchop on the back. Some knights still fighting Arbs on the front. Not enough Arbs here. Time for Ganji to add Elite Skirm. Could be. If you know Repard's dead and you only have the Arb player alive, you could, unironically, not have single-minded avoidance of mine skirms. Repard's not being walled. He just forced his teammate to run back and forth Arbalest and not accomplish anything. These 58 Arbs ran over to Repard, ran back to chase crossbows, didn't find them, and then had to run around for a bit. Yeah, we need to let Repard die and kill Valis. He tried to help him, but didn't really get there in time, and Repard dying anyway. Great call to turn around by Ganji and Valis once they leave the crossbow line of sight. Wide anticipated them continuing to his base, which they didn't. Yeah, that's the hard thing about trying to carry when you're the Arbalest player. You have to pick where to go, and you make the wrong decision, and suddenly you just are completely useless with your army. And he hasn't really gotten any kills, despite having the better army for the past 5 minutes or so, at least. And now Repbard going down. At least he has more TCs to lose after that one, but not much more in the way of villagers. Only 37 now. And there's the GG from wide. This big group of Arbalests unable to do the damage they needed. And let's look at those scores. 99 kills for Ganji, only 51 for wide, despite that army. And the Amigos take it 3-1. They will go to the Gold League. And the Silver League champions, as their name would imply, will drop down into the Silver League. GG. That's why you make sure your units die in 2v2 so you don't need to make hard carry decisions. Yeah, didn't even get one full fight in with the Arbs. So, amazing job also from Ganji and from Avalis. That crossover, they looked like they were coming over to Wide's base, then went back, made sure they left the line of sight, and doubled back and hit Repard again. So, congratulations to the Amigos. That is a 3-0 win for them. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Four Seasons, but if they're picking it as their home map. Hopefully they have a plan for it. They also had the Britons still available too as an archer civ. I wonder what civs they would have picked for Four Seasons. And oh, the Frank's right next to them. There we go. GG, that's our first set of the day concluded. And reminder, we do have a follower goal, so if we get to 15,000 followers, I will increase the prize pool by another $500, so I thank you all for the support. And let's see what is going on right now. So, there is an ongoing set between Sals and Lingwan B, but there also is... Let's see. In 33 minutes, Baguettes versus My Insanity. So we could just join LYB versus Sals in progress and cast that. Or we could cast the Rex later and wait for Baguettes versus My Insanity. Maybe we prefer to do stuff live, so maybe I join and cast the rest of this, and we can cast the Rex of the games we didn't see later. I don't know what the score is. Maybe the dashboard will tell me. Okay, the dashboard has told me. And I personally don't mind watching games if I'm spoiled, but I think that's what we'll do. I'll jump into their game right now. Sols, please. T90 says Sols. All right, we'll jump into Sols. And he asks for it up. Unable to find match and valid ID. Thanks, DE. All right, as I restart my game, I'll just play an ad to reset the pre-roll timer. Ah, thanks, DE. Restarting the game. And Sols goes to the finals in the tournament. We heard it here first. All right, I'll hold you to that, T90. I can... see, I'm just going to jump into the game. I won't reset the scoreboard because they're in progress. Do that when I'm done. There we go. Only remember that if I'm right. All right, if you're right and they go to the finals, you can co-cast and we'll remind you of it. We will write it on the map in farms. Unable to find match invalid game ID again. All right. Second time restarting. It's gonna work this time. Oh, if the game ID is invalid, then it's not on the dashboard anyway. Maybe they were finished. Actually, I see they're not in a game anymore. Did they save and restore? Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I see 2 games from them. Oh, that might have been a save and restore. Why do they have a 10-minute game and then... Okay. I will reset the scoreboard and we'll figure out what's going on because they're not in the game. All right. So do this. This is Saul's Classic Pro and Vinch against LYB, which is Vivi and Bad Koala. And they are in a set somewhere. We do have drafts. Expectations are high for Turs. Alright. So game 1 was the wall. And Saul's picked 4 Seasons as the home map. Okay, people picking 4 Seasons. No one's picked Valley of Kings yet, but then, on one hand, the map was kind of broken. I think that's actually going to be an amazing map if people actually play it. Seen a couple sudden deaths on Canberra. So, what is going on? Okay, it looks like they're saving and restoring the game they were playing. And hello, Sunnyflower. Let me update the title of the stream, too. Just saw Siscon joined MYI. I don't know who's on MYI right now. I saw Slam and ACCM named their 2v2 team MYI. And they're the game that are starting in about 30 minutes. Okay, so we caught them just at the end of game number 2, and they're starting game number 3. That's why I couldn't join. Okay. So, I don't think there's any avoiding spoilers because of the team's home map on which they're playing. So I will just spoiler the first 2 games. And right now it looks like we do have Saul's up 2-0. With the maps being won on Zawal by Saul's, and Outcrop being lost by LYB. Is that the Luca? Like the Luca from the Voobly days? Any other Italians except Kamigawa and Vodka? Is Rise on their team also Italian? I'm not sure. Maybe someone who is in the lower leagues. I think Nikov's living in Italy right now. I don't know if he counts. Rise is Italian? All right. Alright, so we're just going to get into their game number 3 on Nomad. This match is played on a non-standard game version. Continue. What? Go home, Spec Dashboard. You're drunk. I can't observe this game. Spec Dashboard, what is going on? Why can I not observe this game? I knock stuff over on my desk. Alright. Third time attempting to join a game. Oh, I didn't see Salsicioto sign up. And he is also Italian. He was on their Nations Cup team. Okay, ooh, the game disappeared. Maybe it was a restart on Nomad. Let me check my admin. Okay, they had a drop earlier. Till someone makes a supplies cup. Supplies cup. Is an emphasis on the C's in the middle of South 6 Kyoto? And a camelry cup. Only camel sieves allowed. Yeah, that was the tech that the Saracens had, but wasn't actually in their tech tree anywhere. Like that you could click on it to research it, but it did get researched in Deathmatch, if I recall. So Saracens had extra buffed camels if you played them in Deathmatch. Yeah, it was only in post-imp because you couldn't actually research it, but it was assigned to them, so it got researched in Deathmatch. And thank you, Zindy Miner, for the follow on Twitch. And we're almost into this game. Okay, they're rehosting Nomad again. This time it's gonna work. S1890 didn't even say GG. What is he doing? Alright, we are launching this time. And I think we will be successful. I have 1 minute left on the spec delay. Map will be Nomad. So Vinci Classic Pro against Vivi and Bad Koala. He said, GG, your chat was bugged? Oh, T90, you gotta fix the bugged chat. You gotta click and dismiss the chat box, then hit enter and bring it up again, and then type GG. It's like the C on Chelsea, but doubled. Salsi Chichioto? What? Is that what fixes it? Yeah. If the chat box is bugged and you can't type, if you then take your hands off the keyboard and use the mouse to click, and you click somewhere on the screen, it dismisses the chat box, and then you can hit enter and bring it up again. All right, I think we've done it. I think we've started the game. So here we are at Nomad. Let me set the team information up as everyone's doing their TCs. We'll have the LY players to the west, and then to the south and east, the Sols players. And so, spoilers that Sols did win the first 2 games. This is now LY's home map. This is LYB against Sols. Let me double check their seeds. This is seed 22, and Sols is seed 11. And these 2 players here, this is where I have to rely on my spec dashboard bot and hope that it tells me. Will it tell me? Yes, okay. So Bad Koala will be in the green, and Vivi will be in the blue. There we go. Everything is set up. This is Vivi and Bad Koala, yes. So Yo teaming with Lix is one of the top teams in the tournament. They had a first round bye. Last time Yo teamed with Vivi, they finished 3rd. And this time he's teaming with Lix. I'm expecting to see lots of Lixville fighting. I'm gonna watch Lix take every map and turn it into a Ville fight map, just like he did in the Terra Nova duos. Or we could learn Chinese, maybe. I'm also seeing that the 2 docks for the Chinese players all the way on the opposite side, away from their TCs, whereas the 2 docks for Sols are in the north. Will Lix build a watchtower on the hill? Oh, Licks? To defend the only access to his town? I'm pretty sure that Licks has never heard the William Wallace narrator say that in English to understand the joke. Soxy. If Licks does that in this game when he's not playing, that would be impressive. So anyway, this is Nomad. I'm sure we'll see this played quite a bit. It's also in the pool with African Clearing and Stranded. I mean, we did see an amazing Stranded game the other day in that Hart and Leary versus Miguel Kingstone set. I'll have Classic Pro luring in the boar. And this Nomad is pretty random, does not have a land lock on it. So you can sail all the way around, and in the middle there is a little lake. Can have lakes in the middle, can have little inlets with shallows across them. Lots of randomness to this map. And saves will be Mongols and Vietnamese. So Vietnamese means they know exactly where their two opponents have constructed their TCs. And they'll be against the Koreans and the Malians. Koreans villager line of sight now is a team bonus that the villagers have more line of sight. So an incredible team bonus for Nomad. You see everything, especially with the Nineville start. As Vinch lures in that boar. Malians, of course, get the wood discount, so they get off to a great start on Nomad and can get to a good boom and carry with camels, cavaliers, Farimba if they want to. Also could castle drop for Gebettos, but probably not going to see that when they're this far away. Likely more of a boom strategy. Mongols Vietnamese should be insane late game saves if they get to that point and get all their techs researched. The fishing ship's fishing in the north. I'll have a boar lured in from Vinch. Mini F again? It looks okay to me, so it's probably you lagging this time. We had a mini drop earlier, but it's all good here. If Twitch is lagging for you, you could always try the YouTube stream. Should probably have that paused. Ooh, the boar stopped following Bad Koala's villager. Bad Koala, failing the lure, hasn't noticed yet. He's gonna get back to that TC empty-handed, and the rest of the villagers are just gonna look at him in shame. He's gonna be all embarrassed and have to take that long walk back to the boar again. And thank you, Daminazi, for the follow. Korean team bonus. Ozan likes the Korean team bonus. And Vivi up to feudal. Double bit axe on the way. And what is his dock situation? We do have another dock from Bad Koala. Did they scout the enemy docks? They did not, even though they're next to them. They see the house, so probably some idea they're up there at least. Yeah, rip minimum range, rip longer range. And now the Koreans have an insane Nomad bonus. When it used to be the insane Black Forest bonus of the extra range on the Siege Onagers. It feels so weird to me that they have rocket carts and not Siege Onagers now. Oh, yeah, also their turtle ships apparently are awful now. I've seen them once, and I never want to see it again. And instead of one big cannonball, they shoot lots of little rockets, but they don't destroy fire ships anymore. And in their attempt to buff the turtle ships, they took the one thing they were good at and eliminated it. Yeah, they're good versus galleys and bad versus fires, but they already had cheaper galleys. They didn't need an answer to galleys. Without demos now, they have no answer to fires. I do want my old turtles back. So Classic Pro going for a couple of galleys. Looks like he's being very defensive, looking to just keep the fish alive. And we'll be patrolling over by the docks to the north. We'll come down around the side and try to find the fishing ships here from Bad Koala. Need the AOM war turtles? Well, the turtle ship's actually a thing that existed. Alright, and Bad Koala built this dock for more fish, but we'll have the fishing ship sniped off. Great chase there by Classic Pro. So Vinch is up to feudal. Old turtles with the possibility to switch to longboat shots. Don't give me another Ratha on the water. Am I claiming there are no gigantic turtles out there on the sea? I am claiming there are no gigantic turtles that have been trained for combat against ships and used in ancient warfare. So now Vivi has a few galleys out. We'll be protecting his fish. Classic Pro might need more reinforcements if he wants to push this. We have fletching on the way for Vinch. No military units though, just doing fletching. As he's up to the Castle Age. As the Koreans, if he is on stone, which he is, that indicates he might go for some war wagons. There's some Xing over here, don't know what he's Xing. And lots of walls from Bad Koala, gonna make sure war wagons don't come in, or if the castle is dropped forward, that is not gonna be on the TC, it has to be on the walls. You saw an historical game called Age of Empires 2? The turtles are from Age of Mythology. Neptune used to go around on turtles trained as dolphins. So, the galley is moving in from Classic Pro. We'll be chasing the ones down from Vivi. And getting into the fish now. 2 groups of fish here. And while that has to run, on the left-hand side, some galleys snuck by Vivi. Sneaking around, I don't know where they came from. They must have had to sail all the way around the map. But they will get to the fishing ships on the dock. And not in time to disrupt Vinch from getting to the Castle Age, though. He's gotten up. If he loses the fish now, it's not that bad, because he can add in the farms. He has gotten the food to click up, so he's not going to be stuck in feudal. And he will want to go for a castle. Where does he put it, though? And Be Kind 90. Thank you for the follow. Whole purpose was them to be good versus fires because there are no demos. I don't even know what their purpose was. It was a weird thing, because you did them versus the Japanese in the campaign scenario. And you used them to help dismantle the coastal defenses, but they were awful at that because of how short their range was, and you still needed the cannon galleons. It just kind of was a niche use that they ended up being useful against fires. I don't know if that was intended or just what happened. But that was how they were used. It was you go to the Castle Age, you could make 2 of them, and then you'd take out fires easily. They get wrecked by Feudal Age Navy. They would be insane if you could get like 50 of them late game with how tanky they were. But they were so slow and hard to micro that they'd just be so expensive and awkward you'd never get to that stage and be able to use them properly. And with how cheap their galley line became with all the wood changes, Marines I think were the best late game navy save just by spamming galleys. Maybe Romanians with Cilician fleet would be better than them. Well, other than that, they still had they had the same discount on wood as the old Vikings did in Imp. But on top of that, they also had ship rates, so they got even cheaper. More elephants of the sea. The Castle Age up, and then War Galley. War Galley and Fletching on the way for Classic Pro. So Classic Pro is going to stay on the water. At the same time, some skirmishers. Bad Koala going skirmishers. And find this TC on the land. And a rocket cart on the way out for Vinch. As we'll have Bodkin, Bosaw, and War Galley research for Classic Pro. The old Cilician fleet. Did they change it? What do you mean the old one? Has that been changed? Oh, so many changes. I don't even know what's going on anymore. So Ville's garrison in the TC, and ooh, spinning Ville spins to the outside of the house and lays down a foundation. Skirms run away from the TC fire. And Bad Koala looking to raid. We'll get some HP off of the Villes. 1 HP. Ooh, Classic Pro doesn't run him. He goes down. And we we have wheelbarrow on the way for Vinch. Blast radius bonus for demos from 33% to 20%. Okay, that is less crazy then. I feel like the galley lines with the extra projectile were still really strong with Cilician Fleet. That was the Civ bonus, right? The extra projectile, and then Cilician Fleet was more attack or more range or something like that. I'm forgetting what all the techs do. There's more range. Okay, more range. Yeah, so extra projectile with more range and imp. And for galleys, that meant that when you had a huge clump of them with how big they are, you'd have more of them shooting, because you could fit more of them in range. Your opponents would have to sail forward to reach you, and that just put more of your ships in shooting position. What is blue doing in yellow's base? Oh, steppe lancers. Oh, Vivi's doing Mongol steppe lancers. He's not really in yellow's base so much as he's surrounding yellow's base. And now there is a workshop going up for Vivi, as the war wagons and the rocket carts have pushed through the wall of Bad Koala. And Saul's taking a bit of an eco unit lead. Some skirmins being fended off by the war wagons. Rocket carts not hitting anything. And wheelbarrow on the way for Bad Koala, as the war galleys look to take out the monastery. The green color makes them look even more moldy and ancient. But that was the original Great Wall of China color in the campaigns, right? The green into China. Yeah, I think it was. So a few steppies here along with the skirms trying to take out the war wagons and actually doing a fairly decent job of it. Vivi has not been able to do any damage yet to Classic Pro's base, and Vinch had maybe wanted some type of castle with those vills, but we'll be sending them back. The rocket carts are down, so nothing to do with the skirms right now. And Vill fighting, but not successfully, and they'll have to run. At the same time, Classic Pro, the only player with anything resembling a boom, he's noticed the forward and will do his own defensive monastery and workshop. Malian's with much better monks, so he could go Redemption and Atonement as options. So he could go Atonement, Redemption, and Sanctity, and just kind of convert everything here. So full monk defense, definitely an option. We'll add in Mengen L2, also do another monastery. Yeah, blue were the engineers that you conquer early. Green was the civ in the mountainous region that made all the Chuko news, but they also owned the wall. So keep goes up for Vinch. True canoes and onagers. And trebuchets, I think. So Steppy's still not able to find a way into Classic Pro's base. He's just going for the monk defense. 26 years in, we still don't have a Byzantine campaign. Yeah, you know, you're one of those who know that Bari doesn't count. Chukonu is the Chinese unique unit. Yeah, we do have a couple of really nice Philadelphia scenarios, though. Well, I don't have that DLC. I just played them when they were custom scenarios. So, lots of monks. These are... Do these guys look like monks to you? I feel like it's really strange seeing a monk who isn't bald. I mean, maybe they are bald, but we just can't see them under their head wraps as they decay into the ground. Same thing for these guys. Like they're not visibly bald enough. I do kind of like the drum they hold. I feel like they need to beat the drum at some point, though. The YouTube content saying, I'm in your chess network of AoE. I don't quite know what that means. But thank you. So we have a forward castle now from Vivi. Finally trying to do some type of damage to Classic Pro, who's done a good job defending so far. Losing those monks hurt, but now the TC will deal with the Step Lancer. And if the Mangonel comes out, and the Scout can keep that Mangonel away, maybe the castle can be denied. Deleting a bunch of farms is Classic Pro. As he gets the Mangonel out, he wants to deny the castle. No redemption for Vivi, so we can't convert to the Mangonel. Scout takes a Mangonel shot, and oh, Vivi destroyed his own Mangonel. And that might doom his castle. 87%. That Mangonel is still weak. Vils, low HP, trying to fight off the other Mangonel. That Mangonel survives, and the Vils maybe can build the castle now. No backup Mangonel, but Imp is clicked for Classic Pro. Imp is clicked for Classic Pro, and the game is paused. On the left, there's a War Wagon push. Vinch had gone for a forward castle. Not too forward, though. There's some quick walling shenanigans by a tower. Lots of stuff going on in the game. Yes. Alright. Now they unpause quickly. They just need 1 second. Vivi killing his own converted scout is really going to slow down that Mangonel, and now a monk, or slow down that castle. That monk defense can keep the Mangonel away. Mangonel pops out. Yep, and there are the GGs from Vivi and Bad Koala. And Sols will take it 3-0 and actually finish just in time for us to get to the next set. So GG. I might cast the Rex of the first 2 games later on. But we have another set coming up right away. I'll have Vinch with 58 kills. Eco, great for Classic Pro, who was able to boom the pressure from Vivi. Didn't really do much to disturb him. And at the end, had the most Vils. So 94 Vils behind this boom. Castle there. Dangerous situation after that scout was killed to get it up. But I think Vinch was far enough ahead on the other side too. Oh, why did they call it? They didn't look over? Well, if you look at the Vil count, they're down by 50 Vils. And if you look at the War Wagons, they have no military to defend against that. They also have lost the water, so there's a ton of fishing ships and water pressure that's coming in from the back. And once either of these civs get up, they can then cannon galleon some of the TCs on the edge. And they're forced to rebuild in the middle, but they didn't have much eco left. So it's because they know that they're down in eco, and if you look at the score, they're over 1k down. Both of them are down compared to their respective other players, and it's just War Wagons getting everywhere. Part of the score is water, but part of the score is they are legitimately down. So again, someone picked 4 seasons and we didn't get to see it. I'll get to see it eventually, I'm sure. So we'll have Slam plus a CCM versus Margugu plus Siscon coming up next. Does Siscon spell his name with a capital C? Let me check the sign up. Does he? He does, alright. So ACCM and Slam against Siscon and Margugu. My Insanity versus the Baguettes. Let me stylize their names the way they do. This will be playing for gold. This will be starting soon. The players should be drafting in just a minute. And we'll look for their drafts to get started. Siscon's joined the voice channel, and I think we're good to go. And reminder that the community tournament signups still are open today. They'll be open until 23:59 at GMT, which is just around 8 p.m. Eastern time for me. So thank you everyone for playing. Thank you everyone who's casting and helping to give some exposure to it. I think Vinch was just streaming his point of view, so go check him out too. P90 will be playing tomorrow morning. We'll be sure to cast him, and thank you, Orly, for the raid. How was the prize pool created? So 50% of all donations are going into the prize pool. We've had a few generous donations so far, which have been lovely. And the rest of that $17,000 was sponsored by World's Edge. So they put in $15,000 to the prize pool and $2,000 to admin costs. So I can pay Arbase and Petito for doing all of the adminning, and Taramis for having made the trailer. Thank you for the raid, Ornlu. Hope all of you Ornlu viewers had a lovely stream. And we're gonna get to what I think will be a very exciting set between Slam and ACCM and Margugu and Siscon. And how are these players going to pick the maps? I don't know. This is going to be amazing. ACCM is ready. He's there. He's ready to start drafting. Slam teaming with the best Vietnamese player must feel nostalgic. Yeah, Slam and Backed used to team together. Alright, let me also just do a good old stave off the pre-roll ad. And hello there, Zodiac. And just waiting for the drafts to get started. Alright, yes, ACCM has sent the drafts. Let me give, before I click the drafts, I'm going to give Siscon a second to click them himself. That way I'm not joining as a player accidentally. See, Siscon and Margugu are in their voice chat, getting ready for their drafting. Alright, hopefully they've joined. Lovely. Lovely. Alright. In time for the entire draft this time. I'm curious what type of maps they're gonna go for. If they're gonna be creative or if they're gonna be normal with them. I know Margugu was asking me some questions about the maps, so I know he's been testing them. And the drafting has begun, and they go for Arena! Oh, yes, right away. The best map pick. That's a team who knows how to pick a map. How many of the new civs will make it through? Well, we'll see when we get there. And then Forest Pond for the Baguettes. Love the ACC Slam combo. I do too. And Stranded for the Baguettes. I feel like every time I see a map picked, I'm hyped to see it. I haven't seen Mediterranean or Islands yet. Everyone is always going for Sumatra from the water maps. we might go the entire tournament and not see them. Yeah, and then Sumatra, as I said. one day we gotta see Islands or Mediterranean. I guess people just think Sumatra is such a new map. They're going for it rather than Islands or Medi. Spend all that time adjusting the islands. Oh, and they banned the Chaos Pool. Thanks for delivering some 2v2 action. I've been enjoying this. I feel like every time I see a map, I'm excited to see it. I feel like a lot of the 1v1 tournaments we had recently, I'd see yet another hybrid map picked, and I'd be dreading casting it. But all of these 2v2s, I feel like every game brings us something new. Pacifist tournament when? I tried Pacifist multiplayer once, didn't work out. It's just monks. It's just monks. Okay, the open maps then being banned. One more map to ban in the category. You can do this. Whoever's drafting, you can click the button. Only using Twitch for the chat, YouTube is a better watch. That's what I think a lot of people say. Hope the internet holds up. It's been holding up pretty well today. Had a brief drop earlier, but we look good now. I hope you like the YouTube chat. Remember to say hi there, too. I'm trying to keep track of both of them. So both teams banned Golden Lakes from the hybrid map, and randomly we got Hamburger. Thank you, Vinch, for the raid, and congratulations on your win in the previous set. We here have Slam and ACCM playing for My Insanity against Margugu and Siscon playing for the Baguettes. And this again, just like our previous set that Vinch has won, is the play-in for the Gold League. So whoever wins this advances to the 1v1 bracket for Gold. Whoever loses drops down and gets a first round bye for the Silver League. Hamburger has been played, yes. And we casted it in the Silver League, though. I haven't seen it in Gold League yet. Unless I missed one of the games. Oh, not lovely Dino Dance emote, hello. And I wonder if Vinch has an opinion on this, but I was thinking that we should have some type of timer, like we have between, not just between drafts, but between the map draft and the civ draft. And thank you, Tapkey, for the follow. I was thinking like a 2 to 3 minute timer, and then like after the final map is picked, then the civ draft begins. just to keep it flowing a bit. So Hamburger is a very tricky map because you want Tower Rush civs to control the wood line, but also Castle Drop civs to control the wood line. The years of making drafting more difficult for the players when it's already super stress-inducing. Just because oftentimes you'll have one team who's sitting there ready to draft, and they're waiting on the other team, and there's some asymmetries in how long they spend discussing stuff. Having some type of timer, whether it's 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever, just to keep it consistent might be nice. Just go full red phosphor for hamburger? I don't know if you can do that because of all the fish. And hello James on YouTube. If you go full red phosphoro, then you're giving up the fish, and you're maybe giving up your ability to transport to the outside. Why not just draft ahead of time? That works in later rounds. I don't think it works for free scheduling of tournament games. Some teams play only round of 16. Yes, the goal was that we would have teams, because last time we did the tournament, teams would sign up and then they'd play one round and then it was over. So I wanted to have a system where teams could drop into the Silver League after they lose. So if whoever loses this set is not in the Gold League but is in the Silver League bracket, and I did that by just giving the teams that qualified to goal then would drop and get a first round bye in the Silver League. And to mirror that structure, I also gave teams a bye in the Gold League. And that also gives some closer matchups, so we don't have as many 3-0 sets in the first round. That's kind of a dual goal of trying to get more competitive matchups in the first round, while also having more teams play multiple sets. And if you do opt to play in the community tournaments too, the only teams that play only one set will be if you are in the top 8 team in the Gold League and then lose in the first round. Or lose in the round of 16. Yep, so it's a way of trying to fit more games per team within the 3-week time frame that we have. How was the seeding done? It was a combination of 1v1 elo, team game elo, and tournament elo. So if teams didn't play or had very low team game elos, then they were a bit lower on the seeding. Again, there was a incentive to play some team games on the ladder, which I think did, for the most part, worked, of getting teams to play. But also there are some outliers, which is why we also introduced the tournament elo. Hart and Leary at least are not like the 24th seed. They at least are at like 13th or what were they, like the 8th seed? The 10th seed? Somewhere higher up at least in the seeds. So if you want to sign up, you can look in the exclamation mark Carto. They were 13th? Alright. I remembered that first. Yes, so they are. So exclamation mark Carto, you can join the Discord. There's a community tournament. The deadline to sign up though is tonight. It is at midnight GMT tonight at 23:59. So we will next week then publish the brackets for the community tournament, and our base will take care of that this weekend. And the community tournament will be, we split players into groups of 8 players, and among those 8, we then split them into 2 divisions of 4 players, who play a round robin. And the top 2 players from each division then go to a 4-player single elimination playoff. So that should be a good 5 weeks. And then, as Ozone was asking, why do I want a timer? Because we have been sitting at this draft screen for, I don't know how long in between the drafts. And they've not started the draft yet. Margugu's typing 14 at ACCM. He's not starting it yet. level punctuality. Enter in the tournament elo is above 3,100. Well, I'm sorry to say you're only 3K. If you hop over to the YouTube stream, you can be 4K. That's just a Hera alt account being 3K1. ACCM says they are fixing sounds. All right. I remember back in the HD edition, ACCM had not just a very low resolution monitor, but he also, I think, had to play a game or two without sounds until we were able to fix his audio issues. 4 seasons will continue to have to wait. We saw it a couple times already. I've not seen Islands, Mediterranean, or Valley of Kings. I think I've seen every other map, though. So 3 more maps we haven't seen yet. Hera has a tournament elo of 2581. Well, I think they subtract for like the A tier events that he loses, and those probably hurt his elo. And he also has fewer games to grow. Yeah, and also his success has been very just in a very small period of time recently. I don't know when they started tracking tournament elo, but players like Viper, Yo, even like Leary Tato had been playing in tournaments for a long time before Hera really achieved his recent success. So I think it'll probably take time for him to grow to the point where it reflects like the current standings. Even though I think he is pretty high up on the tournament elo. Is he even first right now? He can spike really quickly. If you need to be winning the tournaments and have the spikes. And if you're not winning, then it doesn't spike. So I think Sebastian winning Sachs Cup and also doing like top 3 finishes in a few tournaments really spiked him. He lost 4 elo when he beat Tato 4-2 because he lost those 2 games. Yeah, that can happen too. They count the individual games. Alright, so we have some drafts. I stranded in the map pool? Because this is a better version of Stranded. We use the fishing ship. We don't use the junk. And there's a great map in Wandering Warrior. Yeah, Wandering Warriors Cup. So we're using it as a 2 TC map. We spread the vills out a bit, so players have the option of going either walking to the middle for their TC on a guaranteed gold forest combo, or by doing a TC on the wood lines. And they also start with the fishing ship. So the new civs, the Kitons and the Wu, are banned. I think it's pronounced Kitons, but someone told me it should be pronounced kittens, which is just too cute and cuddly not to say. Persians and Chinese then banned for the baguettes, and the first 2 picks will be mirrored. Not mirrored, but in parallel and hidden until they're revealed. So we might end up seeing some mirror matchups if they pick the same civs. Can't believe Slam keeps playing. Slam keeps jamming. Once you start jamming, there's no end to the slamming. down to Cheetans, like it's a cheat code because of how strong they are. Armenians and Georgians, the first 2 picks for ACCM and Slam. The 2 mule cart civs. We've seen that used on Hamburger before. Then Dravidians and Italians for the baguettes. So we do have 4 maps in the pool that have water on them. A very water-focused draft from these players. Sumatra, Hamburger, Stranded, and Forest Pond. Although, all of them also do have land components. There's no way it's pronounced kittens. No, but it looks like it. Are they auditioning for GL? Maybe they are. They are. I mean, Nilly's not playing anymore. They might need more players. He's not on GL anymore. No more Jordan on GL. No more good old Tyrant team of Riot, Fire, Backed, and Slam. No more Cab. So Koreans for my insanity. Could be a Tower Rush civ also for Hamburger. Could just be a good civ for Arena. Nomad civ maybe for the line of sight for Stranded. Turks for baguettes feels like the Arena civ. 25% chances we see Shoe. Okay, and then Portuguese also for the baguettes. Another good Arena civ, another good hybrid map civ. The Portuguese Italians good on pretty much all the maps. Is there any chance to see Ketons not banned before the patch? Well, if they're not banned, they'll be picked. Did we have them and they lost? Was that in a set? I know I didn't cast the set the day my car broke down. They're maybe not as strong 2v2s as they are 1v1s. They have, I mean, as good as their early game is, they fall off a lot in the late game. Whereas Mongol's going to be picked, that always depends on whether or not Black Forest is in the map pool. Oh, they were picked in the Vinch LYB set. Okay, I didn't get to see that game. I'll cast those Recs when we're done with this set. And then thank you again, Vinch, for rating us. Are Mongols good in Black Forest? Mongols are amazing in Black Forest, Squint Eastwood. They have Mangadai, and they have Drill Siege Onagers. They are potentially the best civ in Black Forest, even. Why is it they don't do permabans on certain civs or forbid latest DLC civs? I don't know, no one's ever done that. There was, I think, I forget what tournament it was. There was some type of arena tournament where they did the most picked civs in one round were then banned throughout the rest of the tournament. So as the tournament went on, the most popular civs kept getting banned. Did Mem have a tournament where new civs were banned? What was that? Is MOA? What is MOA? Is that Masters of Arena now? It wasn't the last Masters of Arena. It was some Masters of Arena or a Clown Cup. Well, last time we did Cartographers, we did ban the Georgians because the Monospas were broken. With all their extra attack. That's more of a bug thing. Is Finland playing as well? Valis is playing with Ganji as the Amigos. As Max and Vilesa were not able to sign up because unfortunately the finals are the weekend of the 21st and the 22nd, which is midsummer, and they were unable to play that weekend. They banned the most played map. They never banned the most played map, I don't think. Is Zupi still active? He is not. I've seen Rubenstock playing a bit, but Zupi's not active. I banned the most played civ in WWC 1. Okay. And I remember that also happening in some arena tournament. Finland has 2 weeks of summer. No one wants to miss that. I've never been to Finland or any of the Fennoscandian countries. Is Viper's logic on banning the weak civs? I guess that makes more sense if you don't have the hidden mirrored picks. Dave said the weather was lovely, but he's from Canada. Oh, okay. I think Viper did that when he was more confident. Are you saying Viper's not confident? That's when Viper used to ban Vietnamese or Khmer. Viper used to pick Khmer. And hello on YouTube, Harpstinson. Having Carter streams as your computer broke down and was replaced. Oh no. Well, I hope your computer's doing okay now. And Norther, yes, indeed, it is Slam. Not as confident as when he was number 1. Yeah, and there's someone asking about the Mongols. There they are, picked kind of late in the draft for the Baguettes. Mongols also pretty good on water maps with how fast their uptiming is. But I guess none of these are really pure water maps where you pick Mongols as your galley civ. Koreans as the island civ on Sumatra could be interesting for Slam and ACCM with their discount. One of the civs I think that can fight the Vikings. Can I sign up now and sign your teammates up later for the community tournament? Right now the sign up deadline is today. It says Meb. So if you do have teammates, you need to find them by tonight. There's a channel for finding teammates. You might be able to ask around there in the Discord. You don't have teammates now. The sign-up deadline is tonight. So everyone will need to be signed up by tonight. You don't like the short days? Yeah, I like long days, but I also like warm weather. New computer, but nice to see you still streaming. Well, glad you got a new computer. You have teammates, but not within a few hours, only within a few days. Well, unfortunately, that is not going to be within the deadline. But I hope to have more community tournaments for the next version of Cartographers. Team neither, Norther. Some parts of Great Britain are amazing, like all the time between 0 and 20 degrees. See, 0 is cold to me. I don't like it that cold. I'm treating a deadline as a deadline. Unfortunately, we need to release the brackets for the community tournament, and our base is all planned out to do that this weekend. We extended the deadline by a week already. But if you can convince your friends within a few hours to play, we're welcome to sign up. Otherwise, next time we do Cartographers, we'll definitely have another community event. I think we had like 120 plus teams, and that number has only grown in the past week who had signed up between the community event and the main event. So I think doing both at the same time has been very successful. And definitely helped get some word of mouth out around the AoE2 community that the tournament was happening. So we're going to look for these players to host the lobby now. I don't see them in game yet. I just see T90 hosting insane community games in all caps. Okay, they're determining the server now. Maybe that's something we could do ahead of time, have everyone post the pings, even if we don't draft ahead of time. Yeah, I remember playing with ACCM, and it was always tricky to get the pings working. And Slam's gonna have that same situation. I did Slams in Western Canada, ACCM in Vietnam, and then Margu Siscon. I'm assuming they're both in France right now. So someone's gonna have bad ping. Oh, and Doubt, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much, Doubt. Doubt's going to be playing with Hera in this tournament. And one of the top seeds that got a first round bye. And I think their matchup's going to be against Dragonstar's team next week. So welcome everyone from Doubt's stream. And you're in for a treat as we have Slam and ACCM teaming against Margugu and Siscon. So I think a very entertaining quartet of players we'll have. And right now we're going through the drama of picking the server they're going to play on. Which between Slam in Western Canada, ACCM in Vietnam, and the two players in France is going to be a tricky server. ACCM should temporarily change his name to Dunk. That he should. that would have been a great team name. A Slam Dunk. And Baruch, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate all the follows. As I've been saying, we do have a follower goal. If we hit 15,000 followers, I will increase the prize pool by $500. So I appreciate all of the follows. Yeah, as Arbase is typing in the chat, he's like, nope, there's no good server. So these players are going to have some ping in these games. There's no avoiding that. There's no good server, then pick the equally bad one. That's the problem. There's no equally bad one. They're so spread out that someone always is going to have an advantage. Is there a South Africa one? No. I mean, there's maybe... I mean, even playing on the Brazil server is going to be much better for Slam. Or actually, no, it's not. If we played on the Brazil server, everyone would have like 300 ping. ACCM saying the Korea server would be home for them. Okay, so they're just going to flip back and forth 50-50. Shouldn't they have an idea on what works now? That's the problem. Nothing works. Nothing works for ACCM plus Slam plus Europe. I've been in that situation. I played with ACCM in a 2v2 tournament once. There was absolutely no way to get a fair server. And you know, for me, it was the added time zone that me and ACCM are exactly 12 hours apart. So us finding a time was him staying up late, me waking up early, and then scheduling for Europe in the middle of the day. But we made it work. Margu has to scroll down to see server. Alright, in the chat, they could play Brazil and have bad pings for everyone. Lower seed, you get to pick the server. So what usually happens is the high seed will pick the server for game 1, and then they'll alternate, so whoever plays their home map also plays on their home server. Art of the Troll, continuing with the trolly jokes. You want this pamphlet? Yeah, bro, sure. Sounds good. Can't even stomach them anymore. You're not hungry enough for more puns. And thank you, Dead Gods 420 for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I think what ACCM suggested is good. I'll play 3 games West US and then 2 on Europe. And they are the highest seeds. That's probably fair. Or more Huns. Maybe the Civ picks for game 1. So game 1, we do have Hamburger as the map. That's where you have a thin wood line across the middle, and both players start on the island on opposite sides of it, or both teams start on opposite sides of it. I have seen Georgians and Armenians played on that map. You do have a wood line in the middle, where the meta usually is to tower rush, because towers can hit over the wood line and push your opponent's lumber camps away. And with the mule cart, that doesn't really bother you at all, because you just move the mule cart. Armenian's also a good water civ, so they can hold the water around the middle ring. For Brigettes, any of their hybrid civs could work. Dravidians, Italians, Portuguese. Maybe even Saracens or Incas. Incas for the tower rush could also be a play. Koreans for ACCM and Slam could also be a save too if they want to go for the tower rush. By virtue of having the mule cart civs, they know their opponent will have to be building lumber camps. We really need some type of algorithm for doing the civ picks. Like people make, or the server picks. Like you know how people make those apps for balancing the lobbies? We need one for balancing the pings. When does the game start? When they finish picking the server. That's when it starts. And in the future, I think we'll need to tell people to post the pings before we start. We're forced to pick on the Brazil server as UK versus Argentina. Stupid algorithm. Oh no. For the baguettes, Margugu and Siscon. Margugu and Siscon. Seedings were created. Seedings were created by the formula we used. That's in the tournament handbook. It's a combination of their 1v1 team game and tournament elos. For the most part, I think it worked out decently well. And my hope for having the play-in round would be that teams that were kind of on the border could be settled in the play-in. which I guess kind of worked, because of course Hart and Leary did make it in. Oh, looks like they're tossing a coin. ACCM has picked heads in the coin toss. Our base is tossing a coin. Margugu says, I want head too. Freaking Margugu. The heck? What is this conversation? They can't pick the server. They can't pick heads or tails on the coin toss. Freaking Margugu. Okay, well, Margugu should have stayed with tails, because the coin toss is tails. And AC7 and Slam get their first home server. And Robert, thank you for the follow. Okay, we've picked the servers now. Next time we do this. Next time we do this, we're doing the servers ahead of time. Margugu trying to delay in 03. I don't know if it'll be 03. That's kind of ambitious. Margugu and Siscon are pretty good. A good team. I think they'll win. This is, I think, one of the closer matchups. I could definitely see Margugu and Siscon winning. You like the map? Well, I'm glad you do. I like it as well. I hope people play Mediterranean Islands and Valley of Kings at some point. I haven't seen those 3 maps yet. I think the problem is Sumatra is such an interesting map that everyone's going to pick that instead of the other 2 water maps. Yeah, it's ACCM and Slam. ACCM and Slam. Okay, so game 1 will be played on West US. Then home maps on the home server. They have a lobby. They are hosting the lobby. We've picked the server. We've picked the server. So look at the ELOs right now. 1v1 ELO. ACCM is 2k8. Slam is down at 2k4. I think he hasn't been playing too many 1v1s recently. So Siscon's at just about 2k6, and we'll see Margugu when he joins the lobby. And there he is, so 2k5 for Margugu. So ACCM and Slam, 2k8 and 2k4. Siscon and Margugu, 2k6 and 2k5. And we should be getting started soon. Alright, so let me just do... That took so long, I need to run another ad to get the pre-rolls off, so apologies for the ad, but we'll get right into the game as they get started. ACCM had a poor Warlords tournament? How did he do in Warlords? I'm actually forgetting. I think he went out fairly early, if I recall. Look at the bracket. Yeah, he was 3rd in his group. That was the Viper, Mihai, ACCM, and Doubt group. He did beat Doubt. Slack him. Let's go. Hello, Buttermokle on YouTube. Only did poorly against Mihai. Well, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. So again, thank you everyone, Doubt, Vinch, Ornlu for the raids. That took a while, but we're going now. Finally ready for this. And let's see what these teams can do for us. I'm expecting something creative from Siskan and Margugu. Started to answer and you had an ad? Oh no. A full Ornlu experience. Had the... There we go. Answer the question in the chat. I wish as a streamer I could tell if my viewers were watching an ad or not, so I could know whether they hear me when I'm talking to them. Imagine just like IRL, you're having a conversation with someone and then suddenly they just can't hear you in the middle of a sentence because of an ad. That's probably where we're going with humanity, though. All right, ad break hopefully over. If you want to see without ads, you can always watch on the YouTube. That is not monetized and hopefully doesn't have ads on it. You pronounce it Slay CCM? Slay CCM. I like that. I like that, Slay CCM. Who's my favorite caster? Barbecue Turkman. He doesn't cast anymore, though. I am indeed in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. I am in my own chat. Nightlife, you don't know who Barbecue Turkman is? He's the OG. Alright, they have launched. They have launched the game. I failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. Restarting DE. This is why we have a 2-minute spec delay, so that if your DE breaks, you can restart it. Had a terrible microphone. I've been in that situation too. I know what that's like. My first, you can listen to my first YouTube videos. The sound quality is horrible. Spec delay, more like rec delay. All right, second time's the charm. We will join this game on Hamburger. Turkman was around for ECL. Definitely casted an AC2. Okay, we've done the coin toss. Margugu is not locked in his room. He presumably has his glasses, and we are getting set to play game number 1 on Hamburger between Slam and ACCM against Margugu and Siskan, all of whom I believe are in the My Insanity clan right now. At least Siskan, Slam, and ACCM have the MYI clan, and I think Margugu's there. He's just playing as his own Margugu, though. Margugu is his own man. And thank you, Slendix, for the follow on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Killer B, the YouTube chat knows, Killer B was amazing. He had the best voice and the best microphone quality, too. He had his mic set up perfectly for his voice. That's the next thing. Now that I've upgraded my GPU, it's upgrading the microphone. And here we are. Alright, let me get my overlay set up. So we have the names. This is My Insanity. And this is the Baguettes. Welcome to game number 1. We have My Insanity, consisting of ACCM and Slam. They'll be to the north against the Baguettes, the 2 Frenchmen of Siskan and Margugu. Siskan also on MYI, and I believe Margugu is too. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. But here we will have, in the blue, ACCM is the Koreans, and in the green, Slam is the Lithuanians. And then on the other side, we'll have Vikings. Vikings for Siskon and Teutons for Margugu. So 2 Tower Rush civs in the Koreans and the Teutons. Koreans, of course, mine stone faster, get the free guard tower and keep upgrades, gonna get the unique tech for extra range on their keeps. They can get to a total of 13. The Teutons, meanwhile, can garrison extra vills, so right in the feudal age, if you get into a tower right, you win, because with all the extra vills, you also get extra arrows, and your towers shoot more arrows. No mule carts this game. Georgians and Armenians were in the draft for Slam and ACCM. The Slay CCM, as someone called them. But not picked for this map. This woodline is thin enough, towers usually are the meta, but then you also can go to the water on the outside, transport to the outside of the map. You can fish, you can then get your TCs up here on the outside. The interesting thing about this map is it is a bit smaller than the other maps. This is something, first time we did this tournament, Viper suggested we make it one size smaller. In AOC, there were maps like Islands that were hard-coded to be one size bigger. This one is one size smaller. Maybe differences between this and the one you'd see in DE. There are no gaps of water that appear in the middle woodline 15 games. That I think is more of a bug that I fixed. Another difference is I made the sides slightly wider, so you have to invest a bit more into walling and more room for vill fighting or sneaking if you want to go for that early douche that I've seen on this map a couple times. Also, there are a couple of hills. I placed hills on the map. I don't think the normal hamburger has any hills, so I placed a few hills around so you can play with hills. Order maps being P3 map size ruins them entirely. And this is the only map we did for that, but this is making it smaller. The map I think that does get ruined by the player 3 map size is Fortress in a 1v1. Like that map originally had lots of water on it, so it could kind of make sense that it was larger. But now that the water has been removed, it's just replaced by empty space, and it's an absolutely huge map. That's a vacuum of open space. So we'll have Slam being the first player up. The Lithuanian's a pretty good hybrid map civ. The Vikings, of course, don't have fire galleys, but if you are just going to go galleys, and especially into longboats in the Castle Age, that could be great. Longboats should be pretty good on this narrow body of water, with how fast and nimble they are to micro. I'm maybe a bit surprised we didn't see the Vikings saved for Sumatra, though. That is the water map picked in this map pool. As much as this is the hybrid map, I think it plays out very differently than all of the hybrid maps where you just have a small pond and you go for a small number of fire galleys like Cross or something like Inundation like we had seen recently in Warlords. And we'll have we'll have a mining camp here for Siskon as he moves out to the gold. No stone for Siskon, no stone being mined for ACCM, but stone indeed being mined for Margugu, who looks like he's sending some vills to Tower Rush ACCM, as he is Tower Rushed first by Slam. He might just be looking for another lumber camp. So Slam up first, gets the initiative with the Tower Rush. He's not even mining stone, he's just doing the tower. You can always long distance mine 50 stone if you want a second tower. But for now, just one for Slam. Lithuanians, no real tower war bonus, but he'll just keep Margugu off of that woodline. Margugu going to tower ACCM's woodline. And that will be a tower fight that as the Koreans, or as the Teutons, he will win in the feudal age against the Koreans. Wargugu, Margugu going to war. And the tower will go up, hit the vills as they start to run, and engage in a tower fight. We'll also have double bit axe on the way for Siskon. As the Vikings, he is adding in galleys. And triple dock galleys. Okay, so he's playing this as a wall and go pure water. It's a pure water map. And he's going to snipe off fish. He'll have fire galley defense from ACCM. They will be cheaper as the Koreans. Remember, Koreans do not have demos. Vikings do not have fires. So the two AOC civs with the limited water here. Limited tech tree. The box formation on the galleys to get them to stack up better. This you see all the time on galleys. Now, I should make a YouTube video about this. There was a patch a short while ago that broke box formation, so if you have two units, they stack on top of each other. And now you use this to snipe fishing ships. I'm sure there are other uses of it too. I know Phosphor had said something about rams, and you can put units on the inside of rams to the point where they can't get attacked. I don't know how useful that is, though. I have a clip where I saw a knight and a cav archer doing this once, and basically made a Ratha at home. But now Siskon's gotten to the point where he has 5 or 6 galleys, and now he should just win every fight against fires. On the other side, though, on the water, Slam is going for fires himself, and he's going to take down Margugu's fishing ships. And you always have to worry about losing the water, because that means you can't transport to the outside. So tower rushes continue in the middle. StarCraft Brood War, you can stack 11 units on each other, exactly. How funny. I'm putting a far away unit into a group of 12. And 12 is the like max selection size, if I remember right. I've never actually played that, but I've heard that. Well, one day I'll have to break out the old RTSs and play Star Trek Armada on stream. And it's on GOG now, so I rebought it. Now that's a game where you can fit 8 units in your selection box. Now that was an adventure. So Margugu didn't finish off that tower, he's just going to build another one. And Margugu has indeed lost his fish, and he will be fighting in the tower war now. This tower should be able to take out both of them. I'm going to focus on the one with the Vils garrisoned first, though. So 5 Vils inside for ACCM. And he's going to lose wood access. I do, however, see a transport ship for him. Transport ship underway, so he can move to the outside to take some wood. Don't see anyone else there. Looks like Slam already has transported. Slam has a transport out here. Why is transports out here without anything on it? I don't know. Oh, it's because it's running from the galleys. Is Slam going to legit do a 100% rotation around the map to try to save his transport? He can't because he'll be sandwiched between galleys. Oh no, that transport ship for Slam is going to go down. It will distract though and let ACCM get a transport. Margugu about to lose his dock. Does Slam have Vils? Oh, Slam has Vils outside. Slam has Vils outside. Okay. Slam, he's already jammed. He's going to do stable outside for some scouts too. Potential Knights is the Lithuanians. All of the relics on the map are on the outside. There should be 7 relics. Looks like they're fairly evenly balanced. 1 in this corner and then 3 in the back for each team. But should be decent for Slam to pick up. They're not like that all the time. They're random, so maybe one every so often a team gets 1 more relic than the other team. But I did put some effort into keeping them very well spaced at least. Very grim for MYI. For which MYI? The Vikings pick here seems to be really paying off. Slam buying some food. Res collected is not available on a panel in Capture Age. Yep, it's not available for team games. Yeah, I feel like Capture Age has been kind of neglected maybe recently. That they probably had to put a lot of effort into that DLC they produced. This gone ready to up. Well, Slam is up. Slam is up. But now the scary part's going to be the Viking player if he goes for longboats. I don't know how they stop longboats. Margugu's still continuing with his trush. 1 player full towers, 1 player full water. Seems to be the strategy from both teams. And I mean, the good part for Slam is that he is on the outside. And Lithuanians still are going to be able to collect relics. Koreans are going to have the better castle drop in the middle, so don't count out the ability for the Koreans to go war wagons. I think that war wagons will be hard for the Teutons to deal with. And ACCM, if he gets up, and well, he's not up yet, he needs a lot more food. Could just drop a castle and then clear these towers. Gonna be probably a while for him to get up though, as he does at least have Vils on the outside. Both tried for water. I guess that's true. They both tried water and they both lost. Like the half and half approach didn't quite work out. Felt like Slam was more of the water player and ACCM more of the tower player, but maybe I'm just saying that because ACCM has lost everything on the water and Slam's lost all his towers. And he's slinging rules. They're allowed to sling. They can sling however they want. It's just taxed more heavily. It's a 50% tax. Spicy chicken hamburger with chickens on the outside. So another tower for Margugu, as ACCM is struggling to find wood in the middle. As this is going to be Margugu's 7th tower. 8th tower even. Now that's going to mean he's running out of stone soon, and he still hasn't transported to the outside where there's more stone. But he needs to get to the outside at some point. So Castle Age, Light Cav on the way for Slam. Also doing a Knight. He's going to go around the outside, try to look for something from Siscon to hit. And there's an X there as a TC will come up for Siscon. We'll see how well he can quick wall. Chicken Burger, replace the entire wood line with chickens. Or we could also do a Turkey Burger and replace it all with those turkey herdables. Alright, so Vill's going to turn and fight the scouts. Quick walls will come up, but that'll be 2 Vills down to Light Cav. Nice picks from Slam as the TC is on its way up. And he will save that Light Cav by the hill and kill that Vill. The TC goes up, didn't get greedy and try to stop the entire TC. Might still attack the houses with the scouts and delay it a bit though. Force a Vill to build the house instead of the TC. That doesn't go up quite as fast. ACCM still feudal. Margugu is feudal as well. Oh, Margugu, he doesn't need stone on the outside. What am I saying? He just wants stone on the inside. ACCM going to send Vills to Vill fight this. Slam might need to transport knights to the middle just to have something to clear the towers. That is a lot of war galleys. So 13 war galleys for Siscon, and the players need to be careful of their transports and need to be careful of their eco positions. Have to run to the corners so they're farther from the land. But Slam collecting relics now. Collecting relics as the Lithuanians get extra attack. We also have chicken one, which is Skukuza, but all the hunt is chickens. And I think ACCM's only option is to go double tower to fight this. It looks like this tower can reach. So double tower while Vill fighting. I hope that there aren't enough Vills garrisoned. Oh, but it's teamwork, it's teamwork. It's Siscon putting the Vills in this tower. It's Siscon putting the Vills in that tower. ACCM losing Vills. 41 Vills for ACCM. He's at the lowest in the game. Margugu with the most Vills. Most eco units at least. Still has his fishing ships alive. Okay, yeah, double towers can hit this, and double towers should win this. They have a much bigger HP pool. Can kind of shuffle the repairing Vills around a bit. I am not British. So ACCM can also hit the repair Vills with this tower. So you can focus the Vills too here. Slam on the outside will be losing his dock. Siscon, as the Vikings, has won the water, as you'd probably expect the Vikings to do. And Sean, thank you for the cheer. Listen, there is a flock of map ideas. Just so many spicy nuggets for a new map pool with more chickens. ACCM still attacking the tower. Some low HP Vills there. He needs to attack the Vills, I think. But always hard in the tower situations. Margugu can always replace them if he can. Margugu up to the Castle Age. And how much stone does he have? Only 100 stone, so he's not going to be able to do more towers. ACCM, though, losing access to that stone will hurt. Is this tower in range? This tower, I don't think can hit this one. What does this tower do for ACCM? If he can't hit with it. Can't fight with it. I mean, he could have gotten a third tower just to clear this. We do have a workshop for Siscon. Slam just booming on the outside. 1, 2, 3 TCs for Slam. He has 2 relics, grabbing his 3rd Lithuanian relic. And he will be doing a workshop forward. Cav archers, though, for Siscon. Viking cav archers. I need to... This is when... I know the year is 2025. When the Vikings, with no bloodlines, and no husbandry, and no thumb ring, are making cav archers. Okay, Siscon. Viking cav archer time. Needs to fight the Lithuanian knights. Needs a mobile unit that doesn't get hit by them, I guess. Viking cav archers. Man, what are these Vills doing? For the good unit right away stuff. I guess that's true. He's gonna run to the mangonel. And well, now the mangonel. This is the difference when I put some hills on the outside. There'll be a mangonel on the hill, besieging the TC. Which team is seated higher? My Insanity. Slam and ACCM are the higher seed. So he's besieging the TC on the outside. On the inside, Margugu has controlled the entire wood line with towers. ACCM finally up to the castle age though, and then at long last he will gain access to the guard tower. The guard tower for the Koreans. How does that work against the Teuton tower with more arrows? I'm not sure. I think the Teutons might still win. Teutons, of course, could research their own guard towers at some point. And the tower is up, and the villas are being peppered by tower arrows now. And Ville garrison, and now it's 2 Teuton towers. That Ville is another tower she can hop into. And a monk. Good monks from the Teutons can contribute to the monk rush. And gets a villager. Well, the tower takes that out. And guard tower appears to be a very valuable upgrade. But even so, I mean, it has more HP, 1500 total than each individual tower, but all those arrows. All those arrows. ACCM trying to do another keep? I mean, trying to do another guard tower. I think that's in range of 3 towers, though? In range of 2, at least. Third one, Bodkin's already in. Slam will kill. Well, Slam is killing. He's already killed the TC. Continuing to push, but a castle on a hill will help stop the push. Does an arrow that has already been upgraded get upgraded when the tower does? That is a very good question. I think the answer is probably yes. I think the answer is yes. I've never actually asked myself that. Are projectiles upgraded are in-air projectiles upgraded when the unit is upgraded? That could be a fun YouTube video. Let's see if there are any weird cases between primary and secondary projectiles. And now we have the Teuton guard tower, or yes, I love the looks of these things. They're one of my favorite. I think this is my favorite building in the game in terms of architecture. The Teuton guard tower. All those bricks with the 2 different types of bricks going up, and the lovely orange roof in this kind of creative pattern. Oh, beautiful. And ACCM, what is his stone count? 700 stone. If he builds 1 castle, how many towers does he destroy? He will hit... That castle will now hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and potentially 6 towers. Siscon, I think you're going to be a bit late on that castle. He's sending the ram. The ram has 22 HP left, and there's a rocket cart for ACCM for defending the castle. So that ram will go down right away. Hello, BS Hammer. Oh, hello, Dr. BS Hammer. Did you finish? Did you finish? Did you defend successfully? That's what ACCM is trying to do here, defend successfully, as now that he's placed this castle, he'll have another castle on his face, but Slam is up. Slam is up to the Imperial Age. Slam has a castle of his own, breaking through some walls. He has some Lechai and some Petards. He's going to arrow through this wall he already has. He'll Petard here, and then he's going to raid with Lechai. And how many relics does he have? He has 3. He has 3. More options for relics in the north, but Cav Archer's guarding that. Has he scattered this relic? Ooh, 1 tile away from scatting the relic. Has scattered this one, though, so he does know there are more relic options out there for him. ACCM on the outside is trapping Siscon with his boom. Trapping him by providing fodder for the berserks to kill. If that's what you mean by trapping him, but yes. So ACCM dying while Slam is booming. I know what this feels like. Slam will be more than just booming, he's going to be jamming. So a 3rd Petard, because why not, in case you need more. And then some more Lechai. Slam thinking of going War Galley and fires, maybe fast fire ship on the water. Try to clear the Vikings off. Siscon could always go longboats, but maybe you need elite longboat against fast fire. And just as Margugu was thinking to wall, the Lechai are in. The Lechai are in, the Petards did the job, and the Ville is going down. Still a lot of tower defenses here on the wood line. Don't know how much room there is for Slam to raid, especially with the war galleys that can hoover around by the outside of the coast. Defensive monastery immediately for Margugu. Slam is up. He's done war galley, Imperial Age, and careening for armor on the way for Siscon, recognizing that Slam, with those docks that he's scattered, is going to think to retake the water. And now Leichai raiding everything. Raiding, causing lots of garrisons. The Bills who can't garrison can do nothing but stand there and accept their fate as the slaughtering Leichai rampage throughout this village. All those Bills wanted to do was farm, but suddenly the Leichai from Slam are coming in, dunking on them. And they are dying quickly to that 13+3 attack. Slam did the final armor upgrade, so that TC 5+2 attack will be against 5 armor, so only 2 damage. No ballistics for the towers. Yeah, no ballistics for the towers either, so the Leichai can run in. And that is a lot of eco damage Slam has done. That is 27 eco deaths, 25 eco kills for Slam, and counting, as the Leichai finally are cleaned up. And the wall is re-walled, but now the trebs are popping. Trebs are popping and the towers are dropping. ACCM had lost his TC but kept his castle alive. And as you said, his boom trapping Siscon, who is now going longboats, but Castle Age longboats against the fires as the rocket cart comes out for ACCM. And ACCM did a great job of absorbing the pressure and not letting it get to Slam, as now ACCM, going for revenge, is dropping a castle right on Siscon's face. Oh, is he moving? Oh no, he's dropping a tower. He changed to a tower. He's like, you know, I got guard towers. I can do some more of these. Now, 28 Vil losses for Siscon, 12 losses for Magugu, only 8 losses for Slam. Longboat's coming over, trying to help clean the Leichai, so we can go to the resource panel and see when other players are going to go Imp. ACCM not Imp yet, and he's not going to be Imp for a long time. Just going to go for the rocket cart. The villagers couldn't garrison there. They were in the middle. Got splashed by the rocket cart damage. Oh, another villager. The pain as this TC will go down. And the fast fires now from Slam. That's a lot of longboats, though. A lot of longboats. Fast fire is not going to be useful there. That's enough arrows to blot out the sun going for that fire. I don't know if it's enough to extinguish the fire, though. Slam's going fast fires. What are his upgrades, too? Does he have careening? Where's the dock? Yes, he does have careening. Dry dock just makes them move faster. ACCM have the unique tech for the Koreans. Does he have Upseong? He does not yet have it. So Devotion and Elite Latest for Slam. Where are the Leichai? Can I look at an Elite one? Where are they? What do they look like? Oh, he's gotten through the middle. He's chopped through the middle. As these are about to become Elite. And, ooh, they now have like a capey thing on their backs. Cape. Is that a shield or a cape? Anyway, they have it. And they're going to be raiding. They're devoted. Look, a slightly chunkier. Yeah, it's a cape. They have a cape on their backs. Did the first ones have a cape? If they did, this is just more visible. Bills going down. 220 to 157 bills. Oh, Slam. Building his castle right on Margugu's starting TC. Margugu's vills are idled as he calls the GG. And Slam and ACCM do it. They pull off the 1-0 victory. ACCM died slowly enough that Slam could carry. GG. And even with the Vikings winning the water, wasn't enough to push with the Teutons fast enough. Slam getting to the outside at the right time. 96 kills. Despite all the towers, only 15 kills from Margugu. Lots of map control, but no actual kills. And Slam could just boom. Oh, look at that boom. Even without the fish. And Slam went out early enough. He got to 154 vills. GG. And hello also LL on YouTube. I don't think they had a plan for Slam on the outside. I think they were hoping that the water would be enough that he couldn't get a good boom there, but he had the room. Alright, so that's 1-0. And my insanity, 1 hamburger. I hope we get to see Stranded. And that was Koreans and Lithuanians against Teutons and Vikings. And thank you, Mirior, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. looks like they're picking Sumatra as the next map. Interesting. Okay. They've picked Sumatra, so picking their opponent's home map. And maybe there is some strategy to which map you pick, because whoever picks the map also picks the server you play on, and maybe there are certain maps where you feel it's more advantageous to play with a low ping. And so picking the very galley-centric water map to be the low ping map for your team might be part of the strategy for Margugu. Because Margugu's a thinker. All that time he spent locked in his room, he had a lot of time to think, I bet. And he's coming up with some strategies for how to play these maps. And Glioper, thank you for the follow. I mean, that's what I'd do. If I were locked in a room, I'd just think about what server I play Age of Empires on. That's how you win. And let me just check what's going on in my Discord messages. Okay, we're all good there. Not sure the deep thinkers get locked out like that in the first place. Okay, still some more signage trickling in for the Kami tournament. That's lovely to see. And hello, Bailo. After a long week and now having done the basic cleaning of the flat, poured yourself a nice gin tonic. Well, I hope you're ready for some Slam and ACCM. I'm hoping that Margugu and Syscon can make a comeback here and give us some more games. And El Dudarino 215, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. It's bedtime, so you can wake up at 2:30 a.m. to watch hockey. Isn't it already like after 8 p.m.? That's going to be a short bedtime. After 9? Oh, even later. Players still in the lobby. The map will be Sumatra. This is our half land, half island map. Alright, both players can play water. I don't know what civs we're going to see here, now that Vikings have been used. Korean's definitely an option. Armenian's another good option too. Oh, so is Finland east enough that they have a time zone beyond the Central European time zone? I didn't know that. Now I've learned it. It's midnight in India, you should be sleeping. Hello, Ringlord. I don't have a lot of Indian viewers when I stream kind of earlier in the day. That's the that's kind of why I do like East Coast US as a time zone. You stream in the morning, you can hit India plus Europe, and as time goes on, more of America starts watching, and then you can stream into the night and have all the Americans. You just miss the Aussies. You just miss the Aussies. They're there at the start and they're at the end. What time is it? It is 2:20 p.m. or 14:20, as you would say with 24-hour time. Stockholm, Helsinki is an hour-long flight, and there's an hour in time zone, so often the departure and arrivals are at the same time. Yeah, I have that when I flew Ithaca. Was Detroit in Michigan? Was that a different time zone when it was the Ithaca Detroit or Detroit to Madison when I flew? Detroit, it was Detroit Madison then when I flew. That was an hour flight. Yeah, Detroit's still Eastern. I used to fly through Detroit because two places I lived had flights. Two of the small airports I lived connected to connected to Detroit as their local flight. Great job on the tournament. Thank you. I'm still. Did they launch? They've launched, and we have a spec delay. Okay, and we're starting. And we are starting. Oh, I don't have Capture Age open. Sorry about that. My good old restarting Capture Age before every game because I have VRAM issues that this solves. All right, so we will have the. Did we swap colors between the teams? We did. Do we roll with this or do we swap them back? Let me know, chat. Do we roll with the colors or swap them back? It's still 0-0. No. My Insanity 1, game 1. Capture Age just reset because the team swapped their colors around and it got confused. Okay, I'm seeing both, so I'm gonna go for the swap. I will put ACCM in the green, Slam in the blue, Viscon in the red, and Margugu in the yellow. At least the teams will be the same, and then we'll go up here and we'll make that blue versus red. Okay, so with the colors sorted, the map will be Sumatra. We will have ACCM in the green playing as the Armenians with Slam in the blue playing as the Georgians, the two mule cart civs, against Siskan in the red as the Hindustanis, and Margugu in the yellow as the Dravidians. This looks fun to spectate, horrible to play. I don't even know what the meta is. I've seen double docks with both players going water. I've seen lots of land aggression. I think it can be fairly difficult to wall yourself up on land, but also an option. The difference from the last time we did Cartographers is I took the TCs, I moved them ever so slightly farther to the middle of the map so that you can't just wall to the edge every time like I'd seen a lot of players doing last time. But we've seen slings, we've seen walls, we've seen FCs, we've seen phosphoros, we've seen one player docking, we've seen players... Have we seen players skipping docks? I don't think we've seen players skipping docks. We saw that on Forest Pond, though. Can you drop off resources to an allied mule cart? I don't think so. You only drop off resources at an allied drop site if you garrison their town center, as far as I know. Oh, maybe some weirdness, like if Gurjar, with like a Gurjar fishing ship or Gurjar ally garrisoning in a dock with a fishing ship? Can you do that? Maybe that would drop off food. Never tried that. Did Amigos win? Yes, they did, Danny. Amigos did win. They had a very fun game of Black Forest. I need to make a small update to Black Forest to fix some of the widths of the connections, but it was still a very fun BF game. Is this map bigger? I don't think so. I don't think I made it bigger. I think it's a normal sized map. Islands I made bigger, but that's the only map, I think. Because there needs to be more water around it. Otherwise the islands are too small and they don't fit. You fell asleep, Daniela. No, I personally, I always sleep better, like, during the morning than I do at night. I don't know what it is about me, but I've always felt better taking a morning sleep. I'm kind of a night owl. Even crazier if dropping off res in their drop-off sites gave them res. Like a free sling to gather resources and give them to an ally. So now we'll have a barracks for Slam and a barracks for Siskan. Everyone up to feudal. The first player, however, up will be Margugu, with the Dravidians providing a team bonus of the dock housing space for his team, so you save the wood on houses and a bit of build time. And as he is up, he is going immediately for double dock galleys. Had a very well prepared 18 vil, 2 fishing ship, 1 scout up timing. And 18 vils up with no loom is a nice build. Very tight, but he worked it out, and only 9 seconds of TC idle time, so well done to get up. And hello, Helios. Now, the one thing I don't like for Slam and ACCM, what I've seen, is that they docked the right next to each other. So that means there's less fish for Slam to take. Unless Slam can dock back here and take a few more fish. But instead of being able to take all the fish in the middle right here, which there are 2 types of fish, so let me select them. Instead of being able to take all the fish in the middle, this is just 1, 2, maybe a 3rd fish that Slam probably would have taken, but can't now because they're taken by ACCM. So I usually do like either the angled or the direct middle docks on this map. How do you decide who takes the island? It is the colors. So red and blue are on the mainland, yellow and green are on the island. And as far as teams go, usually it's the archer player who takes the island because they're the ones who are going to be microing the galleys. So Margugu, with his fast up timing, can come forward and disrupt the fishing of both players. Slam not going to go water himself, just going to rely on ACCM as the Armenians to be going water. And on land, looks like it'll be a scouts opening from Siskan, also a scouts opening from Slam, so both players going scouts. Georgian is perhaps better at the scouts because of how they're full. So everyone over here, and hello Alexander on YouTube. Everyone over here still microing the galleys. Grow. Sam used to be the water admiral. Yeah, that's true. Admiral. wait, no, it was Jordan who was the admiral, right? Slam was always a good water player though. Slam was the one who forgot fletching that one day. You remember Slam fletching? I feel like camels as an option against Georgians usually is really nice. Slam gonna wall to the edge. Even almost use that dock as part of the wall. And hello, Crab. Crab also thinking Slam should be on the water. Well, ACCM picking off the fish from Siskan. So even though maybe he didn't quite get the galley numbers out he needs to fight Margugu, is at least being useful in picking off the fishing ships. He's gonna try to sail around the back now. Makes you feel younger to feel Slam. I would feel younger if I were to see, like, Cab playing again. The galleys keep running around. ACCM, how are his fish doing? He has 3 fishing ships that are idled. And he hasn't had fletching for a long time. Margugu actually hasn't had fletching either. So Margugu, all this damage is just with galley numbers and not with fletching. So the blacksmith coming in later, and he really focused on getting the 3-dot galley production out, and went up so fast that the fletching was not as important to him. He just wanted the numbers and the positioning to hit the fish. Fletching is nice for the range, but doesn't actually change the number of galley arrows it takes to destroy a fishing ship. Not allowed to have a member win it more than once each. Have all of them won it now? Viper, Tato, Hera, Doubt? Yeah, I guess they have. Maybe Jordan comes out of retirement. So ACCM getting a group of galleys here that'll win a fight. On the land, full walls from Slam, potato circle walls from Siskan, who is transitioning to archery ranges, and we'll be going scouts plus archers. And there is a hole. There is always a hole, and there was 2 holes for Slam. There are 2 holes for Slam, and all of a sudden his vills need to run through the deleted houses. He'll bring his own scouts over and have one big fight. But is this just a trap? Oh, Slam with the Slam gates. Slam with the Slam gates. But they'll run back out the hole they came in. The gates gave a few extra hits for the spears. So bad situation for Slam, but he defended that about as well as he could have. Once it happened, the scouts trying to pathfind in through that hole. Not big enough to let them in, only big enough to let the enemy army in. That villa's on the back of the wood line. Wonderful for her. Yeah, the OG quick wall are the Slam gates. And he will repair or build another wall to fill the hole. Plug the hole. And The rest of the fishing ships going down for ACCM. Does anyone have fishing ships? Only 3 fishing ships for the baguettes, so it's not like Margugu won the water and suddenly has a huge fishing advantage. Now he's actually maybe in a weird position to take this fight because he's so split up. Start to the fight matters a lot in the water fights, and now Margugu ends up being split up. We have one group of galleys to stop reinforcements, but he has to run. Bloodline's on the way for Siscon. That was almost a disaster for Slam, but not as bad as it could have been. Pasting my PC stats into the chat. Did someone ask about that? Yeah, that is beneath the stream. I know the app version of Twitch can be hard to use. I need to get a new mouse soon, just because this one has the rubbery grip on the side has now a huge hole in it where my thumb grabs the mouse. So Margugu will be up to the Castle Age first, adding in docks. 7 galleys now to 17 though, and it feels like ACCM has won the water. ACCM splitting up a bit too much. Yeah, Mountain Royals versus Dynasties of India. Three spears coming in, so this is something Slam can't quite engage just yet. But he wants to do light cav. If he does light cav and armor, then maybe. Doesn't have forging even though, so hard to kill stuff quickly. Try to counterattack, but he's gonna have to rely on a hole in the wall. And maybe there could be an overchop soon. Yeah. A little Wonder Boy. So scouts breaking through, hitting the houses. PC going to hit the scouts and the spears. I feel like Hindu stunnings are a save that people just periodically forget is one of the most busted in the game for some reason. There are a lot of things they do very well. But Siscon, without those fish, not up to feudal yet. Still only 1 fishing ship and a long way from the dock. 5 HP left. So ACCM still winning up here, but War Galley about to finish for Margugu. About to finish for ACCM too at just about the same time. War Galley's all going down. This is still a good fight for ACCM, trying to dive and finish off the War Galleys from Margugu. This is where, if you're coming from the back, maybe you need a demo rather than a War Galley. Galley is getting shots on Margugu's ship as that sails around. War galleys look to do some damage and take it out. No ballistics yet for ACCM. Ballistics prioritized for Margugu. Maybe with ballistics he can take a good fight, but that's going to be hard against these numbers. The Slam doing a forward workshop on a hill. Not too far forward though, we'll have to roll the siege a bit. Siscon continuing to wall up. Margugu will be losing docks, though. He will be losing docks. As Slam looks to be playing just about even on the land, while ACCM clearly winning the water. Transport ship now from Siscon, going to be picking up Vils from Margugu. Remember, you can't put 20 Vils in a transport now, as Margugu will walk past the transport. And you can clearly see how villagers are not actually on the transport. They're standing on the coast, just invisible and not able to be physically pathed through there. Or pathed around, you can physically path through them. Oh, what are those scouts in the transport? Oh, Siscon. Sneaky. He needs to hope that ACCM doesn't see this. But he's going to transport ship scouts and try to go around Slam's wall. Okay, where is he? This has to be really sneaky. You can sail on the beach terrain. You ever see Oasis? Oasis is a tricky map to balance because it's more of a team game map than a 1v1 map. Maybe one we could consider using for a future Cartographers. I do feel like maybe we could use more maps in the map pool at some point. Where's the transport? And there it is. Slam sees it. Oh, a galley from ACCM will see it. Oh, is he going to land ACCM's island? Or Slam? Okay, I don't know if ACCM has noticed it, but he has seen it. He does have Town Watch. We have Stranded. I hope we see more Stranded games. I hope we see more games on all the maps. That's why I like the community tournament. Even if the maps might not be played all that much in the pro game, they will be played in the Kami tournament. And the scouts from Syscon are on ACCM's island. ACCM has not noticed. He's doing a warrior priest to collect a relic. And finally he notices and runs to the TC. He's doing a fortified church, but that's in the middle. That's not protecting the wood line. He immediately has to slam down a second fortified church. And ACCM running. He's idled everywhere at home. And even though Slam is on the mainland, he still has to fight a large group of crossbows and camels. Hindustani is not something that Slam can run the cav into right now. More camels could probably deal with both the scorpions and the cav, as at the same time the light cav are continuing to hoover around. ACCM, though, is a broken civ in its own right. As the Armenians, he can do fortified churches. These things at least do have a minimum range, but not all the vills can garrison. Not all the vills can garrison. Husbandry on the way for the light cav, and this will be a big fight for Syscon as he turns to fight ACCM. Margugu lost everything on the water, but now his teammate is salvaging the situation with an amazing attack on the land, on the island of ACCM. He thought he was safe. Everything changed when Syscon attacked. And now 10 vills in that fortified church. A lot of stuff. And he's sailing back now. And sailing back, that's going to give Margugu a chance to get back on the water. 20 galleys to 27 now. And if Margugu has some production, Margugu has not lost much in terms of production. So with ACCM now 34 vills to 51, maybe Margugu can come back on the water now and outproduce. Armenians, I think, will probably have the better ships once they have Cilician fleet, but that's a long way off for ACCM at this point. And maybe Dravidians at some point could do Thericidai. Oh, if we see Thericidai, that's going to be amazing. You know, YouTube is freezing, is it? It looks okay on my end. If anyone else on YouTube can chime in and let me know if it's... Or someone on Twitch can check. Let me know if there's any problems with the YouTube stream. Yeah, ACCM having ballistics does help to clean them. That's true. That's. Oh wait, the transport's alive. The transport's alive at 1 HP. The transport was never cleaned. Oh my gosh. Put the light cav in a 1 HP transport and move them over to the mainland. He's gonna do it. The 1 HP transport is alive. The most dangerous boat you've ever been on. Might just be a slight buffering issue. Okay, I didn't see anything on OBS, so I think we're good. And it might just be something my internet did and I didn't notice. Looks fine for me now, so hopefully it's okay. The 1 HP light cavs on a 1 HP transport. Now they have more than 1 HP. They're good. But, okay, Monk fight in the middle. Monk's being picked off by the crossbows. Light cav trying to come forward. Everyone converting everyone else. Yelling at each other with their new graphics. That boat is a floating OSHA violation. And now it's camels. A couple of camels mixed in for Slam. Is he going to take out the Mangonel? Or is Syscon's going to take out the Mangonel? Ooh, the crossbows eat a couple of Mangonel shots. But the Mangonels go down. And with the camels, the crossbows here still can take a decent fight. No ballistics, though. No ballistics hurts. And Smoother since the buffer. Smooth is a 1 HP transport. Smooth is a 1 HP transport that needs to drop off its 2 light cav. Fix now was freezing earlier. Okay. Fix now. Good. Okay. I didn't do anything and it fixed. Good. One day, I will have stable internet. So, Mangonel hits the monk. And Castle now goes up for Syscon. Handcart on the way. Big navies now. What do we have here? 25 war galleys for Siskan, or for Margugu, 25 for ACCM, and with the reinforcement advantage, as long as he has decent micro, Margugu will be okay here. We have careening for anyone, no careening. Second projectile, though, for the Armenians. Tricky to deal with, maybe. And we're going to have a castle race here. And who gets this up? This definitely goes up first for Siskan. Castles will be able to shoot at each other. Goes down. But the castle does go up. The castle does go up. Okay, Siskan and his team take the score lead. Siskan is up to the Imperial Age. He's up to Imp, and he'll be in a position to make Trebs and Treb that down. I think he has the hill advantage. Yeah, he is on a slate hill. Slam is on level ground. And now Slam using the market too. Slam recognizes he needs to go up. So he'll be about 20 seconds later, and we'll have a good Imp Treb fight here. Georgians, they get bombard cannons. They get everything, right? There's the siege. They do not, but they do have siege engineers. And meanwhile, the Hindustanis, they do get them. Yes, and they do get siege engineers. All right. Sitting there like it's still safer than getting up. Well, they did get out somewhere. Slam must have cleaned them, though. That ship is now sitting there with 1 HP, thinking of sailing off the edge of the Worth. Sailing off the edge of the map. You'll find turtle ships all the way down. And then, okay, outpost for ACCM right by Siskan's TC. Slam will come over with Knights too, as the TC is garrisoned. The Georgians have cheap repairs for the Castle War. That's true. That's good for Slam. The ACCM on the line formation, Margugu the vertical line. Horizontal line versus vertical is usually good for the horizontal line. Well, we'll get some good stacking from Margugu there. He's going to run away. Ooh, and this could be costly for Margugu if he's running from a fight that would have been even. Galleys going to start taking each other down. We'll have more castles on the mainland. From ACCM and from Siskan. Slowly sinking into this easy sails along. ACCM's galleys are better. And he has the numbers. But heavy camel on the way for Siskan on the land. ACCM going to be taking the water back again. And Margugu's goal is to make sure ACCM doesn't do anything on the land anymore. It's a castle going up. And now it's a Treb war. So the Trebs are popping. Castle takes the first hit from Slam. Yeah, Margugu lost a lot. He was trying to go forward, but sailed at the wrong spot. Slam trying to go Cavalier and Armor. I'll help him snipe off Trebs, maybe. Margugu's dead again on the water. Does it matter? Well, it matters if ACCM can get to the mainland in 2v1 Siskan. Score is flipping back and forth and back and forth. Trebs deployed still for Siskan to take out the castle. He needs to push Slam. Slam trying to hold. It'll be Cavalier Halb against Camel Crossbow. Hindustanis no longer have Arbs, right? Yeah, they had Arbs at one point in the past. They were even stronger. Chemistry ballistics will be important for him. Can I show KD? I think Margugu mismanaged. I think he probably did. It's Eco KD. Where's overall KD? There we go. 80 to 105. That's actually not as bad as I thought it'd be. 80 to 105. And Slam's gonna lose the castle. So Slam will lose the castle, no one trading. Margugu losing water, but Margugu has made it to the mainland. He made it to the mainland, he's booming. He's booming up. He actually has significantly more vills than ACCM. He's up by 20 vills. And you're right, the water might not matter all that much anymore. As long as you're able to take whatever's left of your gold and stones so your enemies don't get it, the islands won't matter much in the late game. other than potential cannon galleons from the coastline, but you can play farther inland where those don't matter. Oh yeah, you can toggle these on and off in Capture Age. So I probably had them on for the tower rush in the previous games so you could see the distances. I usually keep them off though. So Siscon here would absolutely love to be able to jump the Trebs. If he takes out one Treb, he keeps the castle alive. And, ooh, Treb from the other side. Treb from the other side takes that out. And now there's another castle from ACCM that's maybe at risk if Siscon pushes there. He just wants to focus on Slam, though. So, Halb's going down. Feels like Siscon's pushing. He's taking a big score lead. ACCM and Slam get their score lead back, but Margugu's up to Imp. We have Imperial Camel on the way. Again, with their attack bonus against buildings, we're clearing all of this. Margugu's trying to mine the stone on his home island, going to be throwing for a watchtower. Maybe he needs guard tower heated shot. To bed, see you later, buddy, though. And the camel's moving in. Treb fire on the workshop. Workshop gonna go down. Mangonel out, gets a hit on the crossbows. But not enough crossbows died. Push continues, all the upgrades, coinage, conscription, iron casting, hoardings, masonry, Imp Camel. All being researched, Siscon is rich in clicking buttons. Have another castle going up, some composite bowmen there. That might deny the castle. This could be a doubt castle from Siscon. What are those vills doing to the vills? The vills are dying, but they're distracting the composite bowmen. The best thing Margugu could do now, help his ally get his castle up. And Arbs, he could add Champsies. Ooh, a castle drop though from ACCM. Castle from ACCM on the coastline. So ACCM will have more vills than Margugu if these ones get cleaned up. But Margugu definitely more boomed on the land, and now difficult for ACCM to find stuff to do. Still has a gold on his mainland. But we'll need to transport more. At least he has the water control for doing that. So our crossbow bracer, I was going to say Arb bracer, no, crossbow bracer. In from Margugu, he's going to add Arb to support this. Lots of Imp Camels now to fight the Cavaliers. The help is just the worrisome part. The thing will be, can Siscon ever actually go for hand cannons then, as the Hindustanis? Sam wants a castle on that hill. Wants to jam it on that hill. We'll have Trebs deployed there. This will be a big fight for the Imp Camels and the crossbows. Imp Camels don't want to engage the Halbs. They want to destroy, they want to kill the Cav. They want to loop around maybe and destroy the Trebs. Good job by Siscon to draw that under his castle fire. And I think the castle goes up. There's our Margugu. Grand Trunk Road for the gold income from Siscon. I guess the thing about the late game is that you can't trade on this map. And now the fight is going to be under the castle. Castle being trebbed. Teammates repairing. Margugu repairing Siscon's castle. I guess it's a better use of stone than slinging because you don't have to pay the tax. The Halbs for Slam maybe winning this fight? Honestly, maybe a couple of Gulams added in just to melee absorb. The Halbs could have been a play from Siscon there. At the same time, ACCM pushing with composite bowmen on the land. Siscon's score is insane, and ACCM going skirms to try to fend this off. Another Treb coming, then they need to clean this up. They clean this up and they're okay maybe. But 1, 2, 3 Trebs. Okay, there's so much going on in this game. Okay, so on Margugu's island, he now is dead. He is dead. ACCM owns the water, and he's trying to use composite bowmen to land, but he's losing workshops. Vils will destroy that ram. Ram wasn't at first paying attention to the Treb. And Another ram to go down to Vils. There's a few composite bowmen there. Won't be enough to defend it, and the workshop should go down. The stalemate on land after these fights, the water players could probably set up trade cogs. You're gonna run out of wood on water, though. There's far more wood on land. I don't think a water-only victory is realistic. Unless you, like, Turk cannon galleon all the docks. Then somehow you'd have to land against a team that would have land trade. And more wood. Unless you go, like, Turks, Portuguese. With Victorias on the islands. So how many trebs is that? 5 trebuchets, 6 total. Slam. Only 3. Castle being torn down, though. That castle, Slam wanted that castle, and not gonna have it. Margugu down to 77, 80 Vils. Margugu just has to make sure that this does not become a 2v1 versus Siscon. Castle being trebbed down, and once that goes down, the Imp Camels can go and pick off the trebs. Skirmishers! Margugu with the Skirmishers, the best unit in the game. Probably doesn't have gold. ACCM up to Imp. Up to Imp, and what's over here? A fortified church, because those things are hard to remove. And a barracks and a stable. Okay. So Margugu is aware of that, and he's just going to clean that up as best he can. Going down, staying repaired. Yeah, going down. And the few crossbows that are getting added in, even with Racer, are having great impact for Siscon. Only 2 trebs make it out. They have to run. They have to run. On this island still, it's just dots from the monk, or not the monk, from the composite bowman and the ram. Looked at the cape and thought it was a monk for a second. So Slam trying to hold the hill, but now trying to hold it 1v2. Trying to hold it 1v2. Is there a roll that handles a potential draw? There is not, but admins would have to step in there. Alright, Onager now for Slam. Oh boy. He landed one big shot, but now it's the better archer Civ. Dravidians. Oh, Dravidian skirms. They don't stand up to Georgian Onagers. Georgians have siege Onagers as an option. They do also have siege engineers, if I recall. Yes. So we could get some nice siege engineers. Slam pretty much out of Cavaliers, so the Arbs will be much more effective. Soon he'll be maybe out of Onagers, the Camels. Kill the Onagers, which they're doing. Which they are doing. And as much as ACCM is trying to reboom on the land, and Slam's doing Siege Engineers, we're going to have, I think, a strong push as more Trebs are deployed for Siscon, and he could just send his Camels to raid this eco from ACCM. Does he notice that it's there? He should notice that it's there. Is the gold count 13 trade? Where is ACCM trading? He is... Oh, they are trading on the water. He's trading to Slam's dock. ACCM taking Margugu's island. He's using it to trade. The trade cogs are getting traffic jammed on the transport. ACCM, need to leave your trade. And then in total, ACCM, Slam, everyone's spending their resources. They have it. Yeah, we did have that One Nations Cup years ago of Austria UK. I think it was Austria who went for that 4-hour-long game of Team Islands where they had, I think it was Spanish, Bengalis, and Portuguese, and they just trade boomed, and the Portuguese player did Vitorias and bombard towers to defend. And after 4 hours, eventually they held on long enough to win. The team ran out of resources. let's push down the middle, still continuing. Imp camels running all over. Skirms and arbs, skirms and arms, skurbs, skurbs, skurbs. Thank you, Toad Hopper BBQ, for the follow. Thank you, everyone, for following on Twitch. Onagers not getting a shot. Slam trying to hold the hill with the Onagers. Chemistry on the way for ACCM. Do Armenians get bombard cannons? They do not. No siege engineers either. And Slam's just looking for Onager shots. That's what he hopes will save his team, the Onager shots. Maybe the water trade. And gets out of gold. They have 0 on gold now. ACCM 35 on gold somehow. Just have one of the golds on the edge of the mainland. The arrows from Margugu are not burning. Not to be fair, Margugu has a lot to take care of. Halbs pushing forward. Halbs as scary as the Jordans. I mean, the scores are still really close. You take bombard cannons from the Georgians, give it to the Armenians. Onagers taking out a ward line, taking out skirms, taking out halbs. This game might be decided by ACCM's trade if they hold on long enough. I mean, where is the gold that's being taken right now? There's a tiny bit of gold there. That is the rest of the gold. ACCM has 42 vils on gold. Where is he taking it? I don't know where he's taking it. Oh, he's over on this island. He's taking Margugu's gold. That's what he's doing. And some of his gold, at least. I guess the water trade counts for everything else then. Tribute with the Arbs, but too many Onagers from Slam, and too many composite bowmen. These things are nasty once you get a lot of them. At least kill the skirms that also kill them. And now ACCM, he's 31 composite bowmen. He's more than enough to contribute here. You're such a strong unit against all the armor that you have in late imp. And no corresponding siege from Siskan or Margugu. They could be doing bombard cannons. I mean, Hindustanis do have, or that's Dravidians, they do have bombard cannons. And Hindustanis have siege engineers and bombard cannons. But there is a GG called by the Baguettes. Slam and ACCM do it. They hold on. They hold on. 400 kills for Slam. I thought he was dead when Siskan was pushing him. I thought he was absolutely dead. Siskan 93k res collected. ACCM raiding in the corner. Oh, ACCM was raiding in the corner. How did he get there? I don't know, but he's there. He's there. It did not feel doable when it was 2v1, but Slam held long enough. He was losing his castles. He was getting pushed, but just not fast enough as ACCM won the water and came to the mainland. Maybe a bit of a throw from Margugu when he took fights. I think that one fight when he was sailing forward and ACCM caught him and they had equal numbers, but it's against Armenians, so he just kind of loses that after the disruption from the scouts landing. Ah, what an insane game. Great. Button clicking time. You gotta reset the ad counter. Ooh, and let's see, they have the next lobby up. We'll see what map they end up picking. Margugu losing water anyways after ACCM got his eco gutted was not great. Yeah, I think that's what did it. If Margugu has that island with all the gold on it and is still competitive on the water, I think that Siskan probably eventually pushes Slam on the land. The composite bowmans are really what changed it around when they got on land. I'm going to run and take a quick break in between the games. They're in the lobbies, and we'll see what map they pick next after they won on their home map of Sumatra. I do hope we get stranded. I do hope we get stranded. And that was their very early civ picks, but also same could be said here. All right, and let's see. They're still in the lobby. Good, didn't miss anything. So thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the tournament. I know I am really enjoying seeing all these interesting Civ matchups and different combinations. And once again, everyone who follows or subs will help out the channel, so help out the tournament. I appreciate all the support we've been getting. And now the Baguettes find themselves looking up at a 2-0 hole. And they did pick Stranded. Yes, they did pick Stranded. So Stranded will be the next map. This will be a Nomad start, of course. Yep, and they are launching. So what will the civs be for Stranded? It'll be... Ooh! okay. ACCM. He is going to pick the Shu. There'll be Shu and Huns for Slam and ACCM, and Portuguese and Saracens for Argugu and Siscon. And Glor Fordor, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. And hello, Flapjack on YouTube. I'm glad you like it. Is there another set after this? This is the last one, but I'm going to cast the recs of the games I didn't get to between Sols and LYB. We casted game 3, but we did not get back to games 1 and 2. And Splabows, thank you for the follow. And tomorrow morning at 14 GMT is the next set. That is the Silver League T90 and Dark. I forget who their opponents are. Let me check that. Let me double check. It is Cantonese, who is Wade and Nezar. So and Dennis. Not players I recognize all that well, other than Dennis. I think I've seen Wade a few times before. I'm not sure who Nezar is though. I think T90 and Dark are the favorites there. I have the seating sheet open. Yes, they are. They're seed 29. They're against seed 36. So Wade, Nezar, and Dennis. Dennis I've definitely seen played before. Maybe I've seen Nezar. I'm not as familiar with them, though. But yeah, tomorrow is T90 and also the Viper set. Viper, Tato, and Jordan need to play their qualifiers. And I think Viper might be on a vacation. So I don't know if he's going to play that. It might be Jordan and Tato. Yep, so we are in. Alright, so we have my insanity up 2-0, and the map is stranded. It is with a fishing ship and not with a junk. Hold on a second, let me double check something. And there we are. Let me keep the colors the same. I think they changed their colors again. They're different colors. Right. So what do I want to do like this? So we'll do it the same. Slam the blue, ACCM in the green, Margugu in the red, Siscon, or Margugu in the yellow, Siscon in the red. Same as last game. And over here it'll be blue versus red. Right. So welcome to Stranded. We will have all 4 of our players stranded in game number 3. My insanity up 2-0 after quite an insane game number 2. And it will be ACCM and Slam to the southwest. The Shu and the Huns. Wait a minute, I gotta check my texture. Real quick. What is the team bonus for the Shu? The team bonus for the Shu is foot archers plus 2 line of sight. Okay, I was thinking this might be the houses 100% faster bonus, but no. Foot archers plus 1 line of sight. This is a Nomad start, so the Huns do begin with a horse. We have Slam going to the outside wood line. ACCM going more towards the center, towards that gold of his. We have a good wood line here for a Siscon, and then also just a wood line TC from Margugu. Players do start on the outside. You can see a little bonfire and a few rugs where they start. And they will have a dock. You start with a fishing ship, so the dock is rather nice. You do not have a junk, so you can't just go and trade. There are roughly, let's see, 3-ish, 4-ish hills in the middle. A few hills in the middle that players can take. I think this is kind of 1 hill for each team, and then 1 hill more in between them. So you get quite a nice eco bonus for this. Yes, are they the wood or food while chopping wood civ, I believe? Yes, lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. Also, the archery range technologies, or archery unit technologies at the range and blacksmith are discounted. And they have the white feather guards as an infantry unit. Which, I don't know how good they are, but Emu's been playing with them in the team games and he seems to like them. No junks this game, Noble, or only fishing ships. The remains of the junk or the shipwreck? No, it's a different type of ship. The junk isn't that big. Also, there are, I think, outlines behind the rocks. I think I added them here. Yes, you can see the outlines behind the rocks. So no demos. Apologies to Dave. You can see the fishing ship. There's Margugu checking, just seeing he can see the outline. And Huns, they have the horse. The Huns have the horse, so you can lure some rhinos in if you block with the horse. If you block with the horse, Slam. Ooh, Slam. Don't get jammed. Ooh, oh no, has to block the rhino again. That's not something you see Slam failing all that often. An interaction with an animal? An interaction with two animals? He's got it now. We'll need to garrison the Vil and the TC for safety. This is probably a hunt with the Vil situation. Yeah. If he goes inside for safety, he gets the rhino. So barracks for Slam. And this will be double docks for Siscon. Double docks really close together, so not spreading out for the fish, just docking together. ACCM starting to wall up in the middle a bit. I know ACCM is very familiar with Stranded from Wandering Warriors Cup. Margugu up to the Feudal Age. Siscon up to the Feudal Age, so those two going up first. And we will have Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms from Margugu. Where are they? There's 3 Men-at-Arms all boxed up on top of each other. Look at that pathing. Look at that pathing. Upgraded and coming in. ACCM not walled up yet, and the TC not quite on the center wood line where the gold is. And he might be surprised just to see 3 Men-at-Arms coming in right on his face. There they go. And he's going to quick wall behind this. A nice wall with the house. Margugu not quite able to get in front of the villager. Not quite able to get in front of the villager. You missed the junks. I think the map's better with the fishing ship. The Dark Age trading with the junks, I think, is kind of silly. I know that's a rhino right under the TC. ACCM still has a safe rhino that he can take. Look at the outline of that carcass, perfect behind the TC. The food's slightly decaying. He needs the non-decasive. So range forward for Margugu as the Portuguese. And Eunice Altar, thank you for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime. Thank you very much. Foraging on the way as a couple of galleys for Siscon come forward and start hitting the fishing ships of Slam. Slam will respond with a fire galley. Siscon will micro, try to get back and regroup with more galleys. Trying to get away around the edge of the coast. And almost taking it out. There he goes. 3 galleys forward. Much more deadly if the 4th on the way to regroup. And Slam with that horse, still trying to collect buffaloes. Tower immediately on the wood and the gold for Siscon, taking no chances that Slam would do something annoying. As the scouts out from the stable. Remember, faster working stable for the Huns. If those scouts can pathfind, can take a fight, and with 5 scouts probably kill the militia. Or they kill the Men-at-Arms. He's going to go for it. No more scouts on the way. He just wants to get a hill bonus and then fight. Men-at-Arms all get a nice hill whack. And they'll go down, though. Nice micro to run the scout around to take less damage. And Slam has cleaned the Men-at-Arms. So once again, Slam and ACCM find themselves with a score lead. Horse Collar on the way for Slam. Hasn't done any farms yet, but we'll seed them now that Horse Collar is finishing. Margugu feels like he didn't accomplish too much with the Men-at-Arms. He'll have a few more archers being trained here. ACCM abandoned that wall, though. Could eventually re-wall that. He's going to try to get 2 ranges up and start growing archers of his own with the shoe. And there's the blacksmith. He wants to get that extra effect of the, or that extra discount of the archer attacks of the blacksmith. Meanwhile, Slam raiding with scouts, finding the wood line of Siscon. He did a tower to defend. That defends you against archers, but not really against scouts, and he lost a couple of vills there. He needed some small walls, and Slam, once again, will grab those buffaloes. Slam with the Hun horse. He's everywhere, all at once. And ACCM is up to the Castle Age, Slam and ACCM playing this map very well so far, I think. The Huns were a great pick for Slam with that horse. Is Horse Collar applied to farm if you place them before the tech completes? but you finished building them after? Yes. Horse collar applies to any farm that is finished after the tech is researched. And place the foundation in the Dark Age, research, horse collar, heavy plow, crop rotation, and then finish the farm, and you'll get the full crop rotation, all the benefits. So another fire on the dock to the south. Castle Age on the way for ACCM, and Castle Age on the way for Siscon. Cheap Expo timing will end this. It might. Cheap Expo timing might end this. So X over here, archers coming forward. Xing the gold. Lamb saying he wants to go to the gold. Always time it slightly off and half your farms end up missing it. Oh no. There's only 5 archers. He did idle the ranges a bit. So let's find the archers. 7 archers, crossbow on the way. Cheap crossbow bodkin. And he's not going forward with them. He's keeping them at home. So Slam's still running around. He wants to go for a tower. Gotta check the range here. That tower does give line of sight of everything, so Siscon would see that. For it to go up. Slam instead just gonna wall himself. As we have a good number of archers from our Gugu coming forward. He is not anywhere near up to the castle age. We're just gonna try to raid Slam as Siscon's up. Here come the crossbows being coupled with the scouts from Slam. And Margugu will have vision of this, and he needs to run those vills right now. He needs to run those vills right now, and there he goes. If you didn't see that, that'd be 6 dead vills. It's his only choice to get away. On the water, it looks like ACCM winning, even killing some vills. And some walls from the vills. They'll keep the scouts away from the wood line. He's trying to, at least. No ballistics yet, so the crossbows can't hit vills, but not enough HP on those houses, and this is a disaster, an absolute disaster from our Gugu. Crossbows trying to snipe the vills. If only ballistics were in. It's being clicked now. And Slam running around the outside. Margugu going back and forth, doesn't know what to do. Thank you, Metzger, for the follow. At least there's a few trees left. At least there are a few trees left by that TC. Crossbows will have to pick off farms, content themselves with keeping vills away. Margugu, oh my gosh, this economy is doing a market. Needs a market. Still has some archers forward. Finding something he can hit, and the Wagsby, thank you for the follow. Age of timing, age of shoe timing. Siscon forward with his own galleys, going to pick off a fire from ACCM. M. Kensty, thank you for the follow. Margugu looking like me in an average team game there. Looking like me there. So some crossbows, some scouts coming around. They want to head over. We have an X on the gold there. Margugu saying, help me, my gold's empty. I'm gonna go over and go maybe to hit Siscon. Thank you for this awesome tournament. Well, thank you for watching, and thank you for the follow. And, ooh, could Slam jam this gold again? He's been there before. He can come there again. Castle Age on the way. On the way as the scouts keep running around. Crossbows come forward. And we'll see the house going up for Siscon. And another palisade going up too. Crossbows picking off the vills. Crossbows picking off vills. Cav archers for Siscon. Saracen cav archers. That's how you know it's 2025. Even Saracens are making cav archers. Slam and ACCM both taking a nice villager lead. More cav archers on the way. And all the vills, big migration from Siscon going over to that gold. Honestly, being able to place your TC on the gold, like kind of like ACCM did, is a nice benefit. I guess until you chop the wood line out, though. You completely deforest your wood line and have to move to another one. Oh, was there a fight on Yellow's gold? Looks like he's okay, at least. Remember to look at the mini-map more. I have another TC for Slam. Gonna be throwing it down between the gold and the wood line. Isn't he making camels here? Because of the crossbows. Or because of all the crossbows that wherever ACCM had them. There they are. Hard to fight crossbows with just camels. Cav archers is something he thinks can raid both, and also have more potency to kill villagers if this gets cleaned. We already had the Viking CA. Didn't work out though, but we did have them. Bloodline's on the way. Could do a camel as the crossbow numbers go down. But yeah, I guess one camel to hit that could be useful. He's 30 vills at 23 minutes. Yes. Bloodlines is in. It does feel like Siscon has an advantage on the water. Did go pretty heavily for the galleys. But now he's getting raided by knights. Slam is in with knights. They have +2 armor. And he's doing everything he can to force Siscon away from the gold. And upon seeing the knights, they'll call the GG. And Slam and ACCM My Insanity take it 3-0. So they will advance to the Gold League, and Baguettes will drop to the Silver League. So stats here. They'll have ACCM, 33 kills. Slam, I wish we knew how many buffaloes he collected with that horse. That should be a stat. Horse stats. ACCM with the shoe. The shoe, best eco in the game. Even better than Huns. Oh, maybe the shoe or the secret to Stranded. 15-minute castle age timing. And 64 vills versus 99. Yes. Even without the water. Maya Slam. Slam ACCM is a beast. They did finish in the top 8 last time we ran this tournament. So I expect nothing left from them. So 3-0 for them. I think we got to see some fun maps, even if we didn't get to see Arena. And, well, thank you for the follow. I don't know if those are I's or L's. I read them as L's. So that's Portuguese and Saracens losing to Huns and Shu. What's been the best set to watch so far? I like that Nocturna A versus Nocturna B set. That was the first set we casted. I had probably the best game so far on Jungle Rumble. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, we casted one game of the Saul's LYB set earlier, so obviously we all know the outcome. But I'm just going to go and cast the Rex. So give me a moment to get everything set up. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm just going to cast the Rex of the games we didn't get to see. And make sure we get to see everything that was played today. Just use the ads to get that timer off. And then we go grab the Rex. So I will do that. And we know the end result. Grab the Rex. I also grab the drafts, why not? And hello, Cree. This will be Balls and LYB. And it's a game of Zawal, so who doesn't love seeing a good game of Zawal? Let me find their Rex real quick, and good to get started, I think. Game 2 is in 2 parts, so there was a restore at some point. So we'll cast this from the beginning. I think the ad break is over. It is. And, well, let's go. Let's get Capture Age reopened. And Zawal will be game number 1. Will be the first game. Alright. And I need to set up a scoreboard here. So many windows. And right, here we are. So we will set this up. This will be Sols and LYB. And if I remember, the short name was Vivi and the long name was Bad Koala. So welcome to Sols versus LYB. We did cast the end of this set on the stream earlier. It was in between 2 other ones. But we'll go back and cast the Rex from Burmese. Now, Kuins have been an insanely good civ on this map every time I've seen them, with a great boom. But we did see, I think they lost a game the other day. Yeah, in that Rulers of Rome pub set, where they boomed and pushed but didn't quite kill Kamigawa in time. So Zebra being pushed in, another sheep coming over. Zebra will make it to underneath BTC. Avils will take the Zebra. Nicely done. We'll have another mill going up. And we'll see if the Zebra gets pushed in from Vivi successfully. I guess we can maybe speed the Dark Age up just a bit because it is Zawal. Not going to have too much happening in the Dark Age. But of course the map does have the 1080 HP walls. I did want to change the walls so that their architecture matches the theme of the map, or something else to do, because I prevent the Gaia stat changes that would be required to make the sheep die. And it's a very silly thing, but I'd love to be able to have a wall with an architecture set appropriately to the map. Maybe one day we'll have that technology. Maybe one day. Also, let me know if you're on the YouTube stream, or if you're on Twitch and can hop over to YouTube. If it looks like it's buffering or anything, YouTube's giving me a warning that the bitrate is low compared to the recommendation. I don't know if that is something that's actually wrong. I don't know. If it looks weird, let me know. Was it possible to just leave the sheep alive? Yeah, but then it'd be one map that's inconsistent with all the other maps. Didn't want to do that. It's not worth it just to change the wall architecture. Changing the wall architecture, oddly enough, broke Valley of Kings earlier. We didn't pick it up when we were testing it because it didn't actually give any problems. I guess everyone who tested it must have had a strong PC. But there are lots of invisible objects with 0 hit points around the map. But because they're Gaia units, changing the wall architecture by changing the civ, stopped the HP change from applying to the placeholder objects I was using. So instead of 0 HP, they had 1 HP. And you had all these invisible objects on the map that didn't affect anything, but were there, and people with low PCs had huge FPS drops because the game couldn't handle that many objects. YouTube is stuttering, you had to refresh a couple of times. Okay, now it looks good and I don't have that warning anymore. Okay, so we will have a forward castle drop from Classic Pro. We'll go to normal speed. Mem's YouTube went down too. Looks like it's on YouTube's end, and Garrett's saying YouTube looks like it's dying here, and I see this reported in other countries. Does it work well for you? Okay, so maybe it's just a YouTube issue then. Maybe it's just a YouTube issue. I said that I was at a lower bitrate than I was setting to YouTube for a second, so maybe it'll fix itself. Maybe it'll be fixed now. So Castle Age done for Winchester as the castle goes up in the middle of the map. And monks will start to come out for Classic Pro, so Portuguese will go for organ guns. No big surprise there. And it'll be organ guns plus Burgundians in an attempt to push the Cuman boom from Vivi. Bad Koala here could always go up and do defensive Arambai to defend his Cuman player. Portuguese are organ gun versus Arambai, not quite sure how that goes. Vinch is going to do 1, 2, 3 TCs as the Burgundians. We can very easily go for Paladins to follow up the push. Scouts will get in. The organ gun will help them get in. Organ's taking out the scout. Ooh, nice blocking from Vinch so that the organs can get the scout. Vinch just needs 1 hit though, 1 HP left. Ooh, that was nice. I like that. So castle going up for Bad Koala. Defensive castle, and it will indeed be Arambai. Loom coming in for Vivi. No loom yet for Bad Koala. And it will be now double stables for the Cuman player. He's up to the Castle Age, and I'm guessing Steppies plus Arambai to defend against the organ guns. Okay, so far it looks like they've defended this about as well as you want to. Getting the walls up as the organs come in. So the deleted wall as the monk runs around. Redemption in Sanctity on the way as the monks go for a conversion on the scout. If they maintain that conversion and Redemption comes in, then they can swap to the organ guns, but I guess they won't have line of sight for that. They stop walking. I was overzealous in the scout's ability to outmicro the organ guns. They're so inaccurate that you can't dodge them. I guess somewhat similar to trebuchets. Now they could swap targets though. I think they really want the scout. Scout was deleted, I think. The monks can try to dodge, but they both go down. And okay, defensive castle now. It's not going to be a Arambai though, it's just going to be a monk defense? Maybe a Arambai. I don't know how Arambai do against organ guns. They have, there's a couple stacked up. Not the most pierce armor. I think you probably don't want to close the distance to take the attack though. 7 range is a lot. So mark it for Vivi. He's starting to do knights. Do knights work against organ guns? Are knights better than steppies here? I don't know. Is Koala trying to imp? Oh, he almost is there. Is he gonna fast imp? What? Fast imp monks, maybe? What? This monk treb? Well, the Winchester booming, I don't think that's going to work, because Vinch is going to have an undisturbed boom, and he's not going to be that much later to imp. Oh. Okay, okay, that is strange, but okay. You can try it, at least. Mangonel will pick off the scout. There, a light cav on the way is, yeah, indeed, he is imping. He is imping. Wow. Okay, was not going to expect that. Okay. Interesting. More conversions on the way. Monks want to convert over here. Monks want to have conversions. See if they come in. Yes, he's relying on Kumans to also boom and maybe do a Hussar meat shield for the monks. Maybe. Devotion on the way. I think he needs more scouts than this if he's going to try to jump monks under organ guns. That's not going to work. I mean, Imp is going to be great for defending the organ guns, but Imp on the way also for Classic Pro, and Imp for Winchester, who is boomed on his way to Imp. I mean, he's going to be not quite 3 minutes slower, but with a huge boom, with a Burgundian's boom. Classic Pro can also add Fetorias after the 1 TC Imp. So he's going to have a much better eco. And then Devotion is clicked and they weren't able to engage. Devotion will be needed for these civs, so no heresy for the Burgundians, but it is available for the Portuguese against all those monks. I think that could actually be a thing for Classic Pro, but probably too expensive for him to worry about on 40 Vils after clicking Imp. No heresy for the Burmese, and heresy is available for the Kumans. He's walling up, re-walling himself inside of the wall. So forward castle from Vivi. Score's still close, but I think that's just because the boom hasn't really kicked in yet for Vinch and the unit composition. I mean, 148 to 143 Vils. Maybe Vivi can still do something with the Kumans to carry. I mean, he will have the better paladins than the Burgundians will, because they do have, not just they move faster, but they have bloodlines. It's the earlier paladins for Vinch. And I do see husbandry for Vinch. Want more team games? Why isn't that a thing? I don't know. I think I've enjoyed every single game of this tournament I've seen so far. Even the 2v2s on Arabia have been interesting. Elite Custilier better than Kuman Paladin? I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, Monk War on the way. I think these are probably Imp Monks. Oh, they're both Imp Monks for both players, but the scouts can come from the rear and help. Well, they can go forward. The castle is down, but the Custilier are in. Okay, it's not Paladins, it's Custilier. The wall's also being trebbed down. Now it's just being deleted. That's a lot of Trebs. A lot of monks going for conversions of organs of Custilier. This is one big fight, and I think there are enough organs to take it. The monk versus monk war kind of sapped the monk juice from a lot of these monks. Now the Custilier are in, and there aren't enough pikes to stop them. There aren't enough pikes to stop them, and the Trebs are exposed. More monks coming from behind. They need conversions. They really need conversions. They get a couple. Is it enough, though, as the organ guns make their way forward? Make their way forward into the fire of the Trebs. And the Trebs taking out the organ guns fairly well. That is actually working. Oh gosh, the Trebs. Every shot connecting with their organ gun, they're so spread out awkwardly that the Trebs are hitting them. Every Treb shot. Okay, finally a miss, but the Trebs will go down. At the very least, they dwindled the number of organs. More monks coming forward for conversions, though. Converted monks chanting back and forth. But the organs are going to slay the monks. Oh, absolute devastation from the organs. Conversion did not come in time. He was converted, then killed. Imp on the way for Vivis. He's the last player to go up. But what's he going to contribute now that he's so far behind? Knights against the monks. There are, double forward castles. One from each player. Vinch and Classic Pro both castling forward. Monks converting monks. This is the type of gameplay we like to see. Monks converting monks. Oh, since when do I stream in 4K? Since earlier this week. New GPU, and I'm streaming in 4K on YouTube. Classic Pro add Fetorias. He's adding a university. I saw the big foundation, thought it was a Fetoria. No. He did not add Fetorias. He's adding university, though. Pretorius would be nice for him. I mean, Vinch slinging him coinage for Pretorius would be nice. Elite Custilier, are there any on the field? Yes, there are. Over here. Ooh, these guys look kind of fancy with all that little gold now they have in them. That's fancy. That is underhanded whacking with that thing he has. Not doing a stab, just doing a whack. Okay, like he's playing some golf almost. Alright, Ville's going down. Repairville's going down. Castle under siege. Gambesons, no. They missed Gambesons for the champion line. But other than that, yes. Looks like they do have fully upgraded halbs. Attack upgrades, though, are not in fully yet. For Vivi, he's doing them now. It's a lot of monks for Classic Pro. A lot of monks for Classic Pro. He doesn't have the APM to add in Pretorius. He's just adding monks. Banking incoming for Vinch. Okay, and then he can sling him. The tribe from Vivi going for the castle. And Bad Koala selling wood. Still keeping an eye on Vinch slinging. I haven't seen him sling yet. Just did coinage and banking for the fun of it. He wants the score. There's a GG. Vinch mistypes the GG. And then we 1-0 Sols. Wants to get a conversion, maybe? Watch his castle go down. Maybe he wants to see the new destruction animation. Boom. Oh, down it goes. Look at that. Beautiful. And 4K on YouTube, even. Well, there's the GG. Maybe he did want to see that. Anyway, that's 148 kills for Winchester. Nicely done with the Burgundians. Alright, so let me... I'll do the good old restart capture age thing just for the fun of it. Oh, also getting a brief drop, a mini F. Brief drop in the stream quality. Oh. Mega F. Dropping frames. Oh, let's see how this is going. You might be in and out for a bit. OBS is dancing around the bitrate. Hopefully this stabilizes. Well, while this is going on, we'll just drop an ad on Twitch. So that... the ad during the... Oh, I can't access the ad page though. There we are. Or big F. Medium F. Okay, I'm dropping frames. I'll wait for this to stabilize. YouTube will probably give me a bug report. Okay, come on, I want internet. You can stabilize. Let's start and see. If anything catches on fire, though, I'm stopping YouTube. Alright, and so, oh, capture age, you've maintained the score. Lovely. And the names of everyone. Alright, so Outcrop. This wreck is in two pop. There was in two parts. There is a drop and a restore. Now the map will be Outcrop. It'll be Vinch as the Georgians and Classic Pro as the Maya, swapping positions so that the Archer Civ is in the back and the Cav Civ is in the front. Against Vivi as the Ethiopians and Bad Koala as the Kitans, or as someone told me, the Kittens. I've heard that a few times, which would be a very cute name for the Civ. So the Kitans game, I was told that the Kitans lose here, actually. So now we're back after the drop. Thank you everyone who stuck around. Seems to be maybe a regional internet issue. Oh, nope, having another internet issue again here. Looks like it's dropping again.